Alright guys, BLM here, back in our live stream. I just realized I didn't fucking change the stream title. Not that there's anything actually new to have as the stream title anyway. So, that's something. What the fuck do I name this stream? Now I see a beta and submissive something. Couldn't tell you. Yeah. Literally, I'm going to change it to, beta and submissive something. But yeah, there's not much new to talk about. I mean, we got an episode. I haven't watched it. Outside of that, it's like kind of in the same spot we were yesterday. But yeah, obviously we'll do the power ranking. We'll also do the player ranking. Oh, I didn't see what happened. What happened with D and Yash? Was there something happening? What did I name this? Now I see a beta and submissive. I'm literally just gonna put something on Big Brother. I ran out of... fuck. That's too long. Oh, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. I thought you meant like a gameplay thing. Yeah, I saw the Yash licking someone's toes or whatever. Traders Australia Season 1 for the first time? What'd you think? I like the season. Do I even bother changing name? You know what? I don't even care enough. I'm not even going to bother changing name stream. It's fine. Who cares? I have no stream title anyway. Kind of sad how many ads I see are AI. Yeah. I think it's sad just how much in general AI there is. Yeah, you do like it? Good. I feel like I hear like mixed things about AU1. Or like, I think a lot of people think it's at least good, but I think there's also a lot of people that think it's just like kind of mid. Another Mother Alex then. I have not watched the Big Brother episode. I know what happened in it, but like as in like I know what segments they showed and that sort of thing, but yeah, I haven't watched it. I'll watch it tomorrow. Yeah, again, I literally done pretty much nothing channel related today, so there's nothing really new. He was robbed. I don't know if rob's the right term, but who the fuck is Alex on Traders AU3? Couldn't tell you who that is. Wait, did Traders AU air? I generally don't remember. Was there an episode? I'll watch it eventually. Fucking Trader. Oh, okay. We're talking about the. Okay, I know who you're talking about now. The what is she from? Bachelorette or something? Bachelor or something? I have no fucking clue. Either way. So they didn't show the end of the wall. You didn't mean on feeds or what? Yeah. How tired am I of streaming every day? Very tired. I don't want to be here, genuinely. Like, I do and I don't at the same time. It's like, I do because I want to finish the fucking ranking, but I also don't, as in, I actually just don't want to stream. But whatever. Oh, you lost your streak? Oh, no. Circle's only at 5 now. Oh, Radio Ranger has like 100. Oh, wait, Grizz actually has 100 too. Is Thog Nicole level if she goes out? We're talking about Nicole Layog? Or what? Which Nicole are we talking about? Puerto Rico Traders AU start very good. It was fine. Yeah, Nicole Layog. I would say she's worse. But she's probably in that range. Oh, there we go. Menace has 100 too. Yeah, that's insane. Generally, it's insane how many people have 100. I think there's at least like what 5. Who's Thog? It's Haley. Her last name is Thog Martin. Is that what it is? It's something like that, right? So we were just calling her Thog, because it's funny. But yeah, generally we might actually start the power ranking like pretty soon, just because it's like, one, there's not much new to talk about from yesterday, and then also it'll give us more time to work on the actual player ranking. Stuck at 99? Well, you should have been there for that one other stream. How dare you not be there for every stream of mine? I do want to know, like, how many streams have I had since it started? Is it like 100? Like, because I think Ray Ranger's at 101 if he's here at some point today. It's like, is it 101 or were there like more before that? Because I generally don't remember when they started streaks. What is this one? Oh, I'm on the wrong screen, aren't I? According to Haley, Angela made spaghetti despite her because she knows it's her favorite. I mean, yeah. I'm interested in seeing how Angela... I feel like this is definitely a bad week for Angela's win equity. Like, Angela's still not in any, like, particular danger, but, like, I definitely have less faith in her to go on to win a jury vote at this point. Yeah, Dicko's fine. I don't know if Dicko's playing the wrong way. I think it's, like... I think the problem with Dicko is just the fact that he seems to trust the traitor. But again, it doesn't really matter, though, right? I don't know. It's like, I don't think Dicko's playing the wrong way necessarily, as long as you can get other people on board with your plan. She started during 49. Yeah, so it was last year. I didn't think they were around for that long. I guess so. All right, what I actually want to talk about, there was a couple things. So I haven't updated the draft. I guess we might as well do that. Which, like, all there is to update is that Lyric's gone and Lion-Melon's out. So, yeah. Lion-Melon kind of sucked. Oh my god, like, what the fuck? Let me type correctly. There we go. But yeah, I still think I have the best team, right? Like, I think I easily have the best team here. Let's see. I just realized I never got stream up on my phone. I should probably do that. Yeah, there. First stream is the 50 cast leak. Actually, oh, okay. Mute myself, please. Thank you. I just realized that was like well over a year ago at this point. Yeah, thank God I drafted Yosh. See, I was right. People were wrong not liking Yosh in the preseason to a degree. I guess, to be fair, there is genuine things to not like Yosh for, but again, at least I was right that he's a competent-ish player. Kind of. But yeah, what, like, D's fine. Barrett Haley is not great. I look pretty good. Latrice Melody's like, kind of eh. Kamu Chuck is one good, one bad. Taylor's okay. Mallory and Angela is very up in the air, and then Drew is bad. I think that's the breakdown of the teams. Rob Farnham, I'll be honest, couldn't remember who that is. That is probably a person on Traders AU. Don't remember who that is. Yeah, 3 of my top 4, literally my top 3 are all out. My top 3 were Jason, Ashley, Lyric in that order. So my top 3 are out. Next is Barrett, which, I mean, there's a chance, kind of. That'll be very funny. Oh, dude, I forgot about Traders, actually. We did do Traders 8. Did I update that? I did. Through the first 2 episodes. Which, I don't know. Who the fuck's winning Traders AU? Couldn't fucking tell you, but... yeah, I lost somebody. Julian lost somebody. That's kind of where we're at. But I think in the final round of it all is kind of just like weird, especially because like, not everyone even like submitted their picks, so it's like whatever. Find it Dicko is only targeting Shane just because she's a survivor winner and not a traitor. I mean, I think that's fair though. Again, that's the problem with the Traders. The Traders is a game that like you're not even incentivized to find the traitors. like Dicko's actually playing the game like optimally, because like at the end of the day, it doesn't fucking matter if you find the traitors at the beginning of the game. It's like they're just gonna be replaced anyway. Um, like really the traitors, like to play optimally is to play it as like a social strategy game at the beginning, and then like at the tail end, like finally like take out the traitors. Um, yeah, okay, that's it for the draft. These are comments we'll go through later. I think that's it, right? I don't know. Did we just go to the power ranking? Yeah, I guess we will. Like, I have nothing else to really talk about anyway. Sorry, power ranking after the Sunday episode of week 5. Big Bird 28. Kind of a crazy power ranking. I mean, I guess too for actually, like, obviously the last power ranking I did was off stream. So like, there's this one. But even like since the last power ranking that I did off stream, like things are pretty different. But yeah, last power ranking I did on stream was before the Lyric eviction. It wasn't even looking like Lyric was going home. Then the Lyric eviction happened, Lala HOH, and I made a power ranking then. Though that was when it looked like the plan was a Haley backdoor, and that Kamu was going to be on the block against Drew and Barrett. And that changed. So this power ranking is kind of like starting fresh to a degree, especially considering like the overall dynamics of the house are very, like, I don't know if fluid's the right term, because it's like, it's just that there's a lot of like smaller groups at this point, instead of there being like a big power structure. What's the sweet? Load. There we go. Shout out to Kyle. Oh, I did see. I did see. Yeah. I heard Tara make a joke on that too. But yeah. So yeah, we're gonna do power ranking. Starting with the HOH. I guess that's just the way we're doing this at this point. Latrice, number 1. Still just insane that Latrice won this HOH. Like, I never would have expected Latrice to win the wall, so again, good on her. Especially considering she faced off against like some pretty good competition. It's not like a, I don't know, like obviously like Kamu was like steady the entire time. Like Yash did pretty decently, Drew did pretty well. There was someone else that was in my mind, but either way, it's like, again, like it wasn't like again, like her competition was like really easy. So good on Latrice. In terms of Latrice in the game, I mean, I think this helps. Like, this HOH here definitely helps in terms of her win equity. I think she was someone that was like feeling like she was drawing dead, jury wise, and like I think this at least garners her some respect. I don't know if it does enough in the grand scheme of things. Like, I think if Lala ends up at the end with like Taylor, it's like, are they gonna actually vote for Lala over Taylor because of this HOH? I don't think so. Like, I don't know if Lala's necessarily changed people's minds of how they view her from a strategic lens. But again, it does give her more credence to where, like, again, I think she's more viable as a winner at the end, even though, again, it's still not fully there in my mind. And she's in a pretty decent spot. And I think this power ranking is going to be very, like, up in the air. Just I feel like there's so many people that, like, I don't know where they ultimately stand in the grand scheme of things. Like, technically, I know where they stand in terms of like what group they're in, but I don't know where that group stands in the overall hierarchy. So where it's like Latrice is with like Taylor and Yash and Kamu, and that seems to be her core alliance at this point. She also again has like the Angela D connection, though that like her group is seemingly willing to target the vets pretty soon. Which I don't know how I feel about that, just because like I think the targeting of the vets is it's good on paper. The problem is that they're not going to be able to do it, not like fully. And now also Blockbuster and like again the regular veto, the Diamond Power veto. It's like I feel like best shot they're gonna get is like a shot at Angela next week. It's like, is that really worth it? I don't know, but and like again, it could just backfire where obviously the vets still have a lot of power, can turn it on them following that. So it's like, I don't know how I feel about targeting the vets, because I do feel like it's good on paper. It's just that I don't think it's gonna work. But yeah, I mean, there's not really that much to really say about Latrice, because like I can't really compare her to people. Yeah, we haven't gotten today yet, and overall, it's just like, yeah, I mean, she's in an okay spot. I don't know how she's playing. Like this HOH is one where like I don't know if she's necessarily playing it optimally. I don't know. I think I mentioned this yesterday, where like it feels like the moves that she's making are not the best moves to make if her intentions are to get rid of Haley. But ultimately, I don't think it really matters. Where like getting rid of Haley is, again, good for Lala, but there's other people you can get rid of and it'll still be fine for Lala. It's not like it's like she 100% needs Haley out this week and like, or like it's the end of her game. So it's like, it's fine. I mean, like, I don't know. It's like, it doesn't really matter as long as she has that like Kamu, like the connection of Kamu and then Taylor, Yash, like that sort of group. It's like whoever goes on the other side, it doesn't really matter that much. But whatever. Number 1, Mallory. Yeah, generally couldn't tell you where Mallory is at this point on this list. She's safe this week. She's not going anywhere this week. I think the problem with Mallory comes from the fact that I feel like the FAP Alliance as a whole is the one that I am the least confident in right now. So obviously Mallory is in the FAP Alliance, which best name ever. With Drew Barrett and Melody, and that seems to be their own like contingent now. I do think she's one of the bigger targets in that group. Like I do think if that group gets targeted next week, Mallory probably is the person they go for, especially from like a Kamu sort of perspective. Like it's either her or Drew, so I think that's kind of bad. But yeah, I mean, like I don't know. Maybe like I don't know, maybe laying things out could maybe help a little bit better, because I generally don't know how next week's gonna play out. I mean, like I guess we can like maybe map things out a little bit. Okay, yep, that's what I meant to do. Like in terms of the house breakdown right now, I feel like it's the icons. Okay, why is that taking so long to load? Whatever. The icons are still together. Wow, that actually is just gonna take forever. Okay, fine. You got the icons. You have like Chuck and Haley, who are kind of on the outs right now. Then you have Barrett, Drew, Melody, Mallory, and then you have the Kamu, Latrice, Taylor, Yash. Earlier in the week, this group was targeting the icons. I don't know if they're still targeting the icons. Like I feel like Taylor, Latrice, Yash might. Kamu has rebuilt his relationship with the icons, so I don't know if he's gonna do it anymore. Sure, like if anything, actually, Kamu's like kind of in the center of really like, yeah, he's kind of in the center of a lot right now. I mean, like he has burned Chuck and Haley, like he's kind of on the outs of that, but like outside of that, he is. Again, he's with Latrice and Taylor and Yash. He still has the connection to like Dee and Devins, and then he still has the connection to Drew, even though it's like fake from both ends. But like, he probably is the most connected person in terms of this power structure. But by the way, that was a complete tangent. What the fuck am I doing? Either way, but yeah, it's like these players were targeting the vets. I don't know who these people are targeting next week. I know they were talking about targeting Taylor. So maybe it is just these two sides go after each other and this side's able to kind of play the middle. They're talking about wanting Dee and Angela on the jury. I mean, she probably should. I mean, like generally Rick should probably be the target, but they can't get Rick out. Is kind of the issue. But like again, it leaves this grouping in a spot where like I just don't really know where they stand right now, because I feel like most of the attention is going like within these three groups. It's like, okay, Haley's on her way out. There's like talk about what do we do with Chuck at that point. Maybe we flip it on Chuck even in that spot. And then there's like, again, a lot of like this side targeting these players potentially targeting these players, and then Kamu kind of like playing the middle to a degree. But again, like Barrett, Drew, Mallory, Melody are just like kind of in the middle of nowhere. Like they're together, they're not being targeted, but they don't really have a like, I don't know who's necessarily planning on taking them long term, especially Mallory. Yeah, all this for Mallory number 2. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, Mallory number 2. Like I think at the end of the day, it's a spot where like I have the least, even though I love Fap, I have the least amount of faith in Fap. To where, yeah, I think she's probably the biggest target in her group also. So, I'll go to Melody. Okay, so with Melody, I think it's actually interesting on like whether or not she's above or below Mallory. Mallory is more likely to be targeted, but I think is also way more likely to win the game. To where, and yeah, I mean like Mallory and them, like I think they're going to target like Kamu probably, right? They're going to target like, yeah, Kamu, Chuck, potentially. I forgot who else is even in their sights, but so yeah, I feel like that's like kind of where things lay out, which like I don't think that's necessarily great, considering it feels like a lot of people are back to wanting to work with Kamu. I don't know if Mallory stacks have gone up that much. I mean, it's like she's safe this week. Like that's better than what she's been recently. But I still don't feel great about her like long term. Yeah, it's like I think she's safer than Mallory, but less likely to win. But even in her being safer than Mallory, she still is likely to be a pawn, and things could still flip. So it's like, I think I'm leaning below. I think I'm leaning below. Okay, what the fuck? I'm on the wrong column. Yeah, I think I'm leaning below Mallory. I have more faith in Mallory to potentially pull off the win, and I think Melody is still someone that can go home by accident. So, yeah, I think I'll put her below. Devins, yeah, I mean, like, okay, so, like, with the vets, I think we're in a very interesting spot in the fact that they're finally facing, like, some level of opposition. Like, they're finally in a spot where there are some people that actually do want to target them. The problem is that they still have the Diamond Power veto, and it probably won't matter for at least 1 week. Also, they still do have a lot of connections in the game. I mean, like, even though Devins, again, I think is probably the most likely to be targeted. I don't know. Like, so I think, like, Taylor, Latrice, like, they're going to target Devins. I feel like that's who they have their sights on. Yosh, I'm not sure which return he necessarily has his eyes on of D or Rick, but like 1 to 2. Outside that though, it's like, I don't know how many people are really targeting. Because like again, Kamu was targeting them. He's kind of backed off now. I like obviously Mallory was targeting them before, but I think she's more focused on targeting like Red Corner. Like I still think Rick is fairly safe, and like obviously he has the Diamond Power veto, so it's like, and I think he's still someone that is probably the most likely to win a jury vote at the end. He also has a lot of comp ability for these like Big Brother comps that typically show up at the end game. I think I have to go Rick number 1, even though again he is being talked about more as a target now. He actually like there again, it felt like there was a spot where like he could have actually gone up this week. With Lala still being kind of anti-Devins from the Rome situation of it all. To where, yeah, it's like, I think that's kind of where I'm at, is that like, I think either way, I think I kind of have to have him number 1, or like I have to, like, I think I have to lean the vet side of things just because they still have the Diamond Power veto and they still have a lot of influence. So it's like, yeah, I feel like with Rick in particular here, it's like, I think it is still like an easy number 1. Even though it does feel like his vision's slipping, and again, they played the Lyric Eviction all wrong, but they, again, had a lot of room to maneuver with that. It's like, again, it's like they had such a big lead that even though they took a pretty big hit from how they handled the Lyric situation, they still have a lead. It's just not as big of a lead as they had before. But again, he's still number 1. Taylor, I think this is kind of an easy number 2. And kind of in a similar spot. So, like, I think with Taylor, she is the Mallory to Latrice's Melody. Wait, no. Whatever phrase. Either way, it's like she's the Mallory of the duo. Of the Taylor-Latrice duo, the Mallory-Melody duo. It's like Taylor's the person that... She's probably in more danger than Lala. Like, Taylor's definitely someone that, like, could be targeted by, like, Dee and Angela next week. Like, that's definitely not out of the realm possibility. But she also is way more likely to win the game. I think people look at her as a big player. People look at her as, like, the person that's controlling Lala. I think if Taylor gets to the end of the game against Lala, I think she wins. And even, like, against someone that isn't, like, even if she's at the end against, like, maybe even, like, a Yash, she wins. Against, like, Chuck or Haley, she wins. It's like, maybe even Drew. Yeah, maybe Drew and Barrett, too. Again, generally, like, I think Taylor has a decent chunk of win equity. But like, I do think there are some short-term worries for Taylor. But again, I think it's a spot where kind of like the Mallory Melody thing. I think the fact that she is still the more likely person to win out of those two, along with the fact that Latrice would also be nominated as a pawn and could go home by accident. Like, I think I would put Taylor above Latrice. And again, Taylor's in a decent spot outside that. I mean, like, it's still like a spot where, like, she's good within her group, right? Like, she has, like, Yash, Lala, Kamu. She has a good connection to Kamu. She has a good connection to Lala. She still has this, like, kind of just the notion of the Tethers Alliance, even though it's not really real, but, like, that is something that's, like, kind of been playing a factor more recently. Again, I think Taylor is someone that, like, if she makes it to the end, she's definitely a very viable winner. But I think there are some short-term safety issues that keep her away from number 1, along with the fact that she doesn't have a diamond power veto. Consider being Kamu. Potentially. I mean, we'll see. Kamu, like, I would still say at this point, Kamu is still very likely to win. However, the way that Kamu operates is in a way that I could see it pissing off people by the end. Like, the fact that he needs to create this, like, excuse for why I'm targeting you and that sort of thing. It's like, I feel like that could come off annoying by the end. To where, again, we'll have to see how it ends up by the end. And yeah, I think, like, someone like a Mallory, Melody, those sort of people are probably... Melody probably less so. But yeah, Mallory definitely is someone that I could see not wanting to vote for Kamu in general. Yeah. Yash. I think Yash is number 2. I actually think there's an argument Yash is the best position player in the house right now. Like, Yash, it feels pretty lock safe. Like, the only worries about him, like, even last week, was the notion that Angela was targeting him, but even that doesn't seem to be that big anymore. And like, we're at the spot now where, like, yeah, he was, like, on the outside of the Lyric vote, but, like, doesn't really matter anymore. Like, he's kind of, like, he got in with Latrice and Taylor and Kamu. Him and Kamu seem to be very tight at this point. He still has these, like, loose connections to, like, he has, like, the Wolf Pack. He has, was it Dapper Dans? Is that what they were called? Like, he kind of is in the center of, like, a lot of the game at this point, which is insane because it's Yash. Crazy how icons are more scared of Taylor than Yash. Yeah. Which, again, I think that's why Yash is higher. Like, the fact that I do think their eyes are more set on Taylor right now than Yash, I think gives an edge to Yash. Also, the fact that Yash, again, does have more, like, individual, like other alliances going on right now. I generally don't think anyone's going for Yash anymore. I think a problem comes from, like, win equity. But I mean, he did just like lick Dee's toe. So I mean, is that something an incel would do? Maybe. Probably, actually. Giving June vibes? I don't know if he's giving me June vibes. I don't know. What vibes is Yash giving me? Maybe like Matt Klotz. I think he's more of like a Matt Klotz than a June. Wow, he has better hair than June. Clearly, that's obvious. But yeah, I think he's an easy number 2 of the people so far. Angela. Angela's interesting because I feel like Angela is still pretty safe in the game, but I do think her overall position has kind of tanked. And not because, like, again, not because she's in immediate danger or anything, but more so just in the fact that she's, like, kind of coming off unhinged at this point. She is, like, and like how she handled the Haley situation was really bad. I think that was definitely a bad look to others. To where, like, to be fair, I mean, like, a lot of the cast did back her in comparison to Haley, but I still think it builds this like persona that Angela isn't this very like strategic player. And yeah, it's like it's bringing Angela back to like what she used to be, to where I don't think that's a good look. I feel like it's going to be a tougher sell for her in front of a jury at this point because of that. Not that she's dead. Like, I still think Angela could win. But I think that could be a thing, like, in the back of their minds of, like, oh, she actually is, like, she's still, like, that person. They'll, like, do these crazy things. But again, a lot of this cast still likes her. Like, there's still, like, I don't know. Is there anyone that, like, actually dislikes Angela? I can't think of anybody. Like, obviously she dislikes people, but, like, I can't, like, recall anyone, like, being openly annoyed with her. Should we get nom by a decent amount of people next week? Yeah, like, I do think she's definitely a viable nominee, is an issue. And then I think the lessened win equity is also an issue. I don't think she's likely to go home, but again, anything can happen. So, I mean, even her and Haley aren't, like, that bad anymore, right? Oh, I forgot about that. Actually, I forgot about the spaghetti thing. But yeah. But yeah, I think Angela, I think she's dropping. I would move her below Yash, below Taylor. Possibly below Latrice. I think I might go 5. For Mallory. Or for Angela, I mean. I think Angela, again, she's not in, like, immediate danger in any significant way. But I do think she's done significant harm to her game at this point. 28 casts better strategically than 27? Yeah. Getting too high on Latrice? Maybe. I don't know. I feel like Latrice and Angela are, like, kind of in a similar level. Actually, you know what? No, actually, I'll switch Latrice and Angela. I still think Angela's more likely to win a jury vote, and I think Angela still has the backing of the vets, which is a side that has a diamond power veto. So I think I'll still give it to Angela for now, but if things continue, then it's like, yeah, she probably will drop. Barrett is on the block. Mind you, he's pretty safe as of right now. It doesn't feel like there's any talks about taking out Barrett. It feels like all the talk is really between Haley and Chuck. It's where, like, obviously things can change. Like, we literally saw it last week where it felt like Lyric was pretty lock safe and then she wasn't. So it's like, you never know. But, you think BB28 is bad? Again, like, yeah, there was kind of a rough stretch, but it's like, it's definitely not bad. Are we talking about strategically? I don't even think it's a bottom. Like, BB28's cast is pretty decent. Like, who's the worst player here? Like, it's probably like. Actually, generally, I don't even know who is the best player here. Like, I think this is a pretty good cast. Like, or like, even of the boots so far, it's like Jason's the only one that's like actively bad. Like, I'm talking about the people left in the game when I was asking, like, who's the worst person here. But, like, of the season in general, I feel like Jason's the only person that's, like, actively bad. I don't know if 27 was better at this point. I guess like by this point we had like Zach about to be taken, like get like voted out with his power, which was insane. But like I don't think like BB27. It's like week 1 was fun. Week 2 was kind of eh. Week 3, what happened week 3? Week 3 is kind of just okay, right? I mean, like Lauren was flip floppy or whatever, but then week 4 was just depressing at the time. In retrospect, it's probably better, but at the time, it was just kind of sad. Adrian blindside? Was it a blindside? I'm trying to remember. Was it a blindside? I generally don't fucking remember. Like, it was a blindside. Cool. Thank God they blindsided Adrian. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, because Vincent and Vincent and Zach wanted to keep him, and then like last second decided not to because they suck. Yeah, I remember that now. Anyway, what was I doing? Barrett. Yeah, I think Barrett. I think I'm still going last. Okay, fuck me. Like, again, I still feel the least amount of confidence in FAP as a whole, and he's on the block. To where I don't think he's going home, but he is on the block. So I feel like he's worse than like Mallory and Melody in his group. So there's that. Yeah, Chuck. I mean, Chuck's just the bottom. I mean, easy. Bottom of the people so far. He's on the block. He could go home. If Barrett wins, or if Haley wins Blockbuster, Chuck goes home, which I'm personally hoping for. Again, like, Chuck's just bringing, like, nothing to the table, generally, of the rest of the people in the cast. Like, I feel like he's the biggest dud by, like, a wide margin. To where it'll be good if Chuck goes home. But, yeah, again, it's possible, but not the most likely outcome at this point. But, yeah, of the people we've gone through so far, he is the worst. And I'll say with Chuck also, I don't really know what his long-term prospects are either. Like, and obviously, like, same thing goes with Haley. But, like, with Chuck, it's like, there are people that, like, want to kind of use him as a number. But, like, no one really wants to take Chuck too deep. Like, I don't think anyone's, like, planning on actually taking Chuck the end game at this point. Like, it's more so a thing of, like, hey, we should probably target the vets before we take out Chuck. So it feels like that's more of what's going on right now than, like, anyone actively wanting to take Chuck too deep, to where, like, and obviously Chuck will have time to recover, and I actually do think Chuck has, like, some good instincts at points to where, like, I don't know, maybe he can do something with that, but Haley going is sadly the worst outcome, probably. I mean, like, I like Barrett, but, like, he doesn't do anything. So, Haley's at least a good character. I actually think the problem with Haley, though, I think Haley's turning into, like, the Mickey of the season, though. In the sense that, like, she's just gonna go out eventually. Like, it feels like we kind of have to wait until Haley goes home before, like, the house is able to, like, fully divide. Because it feels like still most people are on board if, like, we need to get rid of Haley at some point. To where I think that's the upside of losing Haley, but also Haley is such a great character that, yeah, it's like I would still ideally like to see her stay, especially over Chuck. But yeah. D. I actually think D here is interesting. I mean, I think I will still give her 2. I'm like, I think ultimately I still land 2. And it really comes from the backing of the fact that Devins has a Diamond Power veto. Where if it wasn't for that, I would drop her. And to be fair, I would probably drop Devins too. But the fact that Devins has a Diamond Power veto, and Devin does seem to be pretty in on just using it on D if she needs it, is pretty good. Like, obviously, it's not as good as having the veto yourself, to where, like, obviously Devins will choose to use it on himself over on D, but it still benefits D quite a bit. That's in play. I mean, even if, again, it's a spot where they're both on the block, Devins used the Diamond Power veto on himself, at least at that point, again, D wins Blockbuster, both of them are safe at that point. So yeah, like either way, like I think Dee's in a much better position because of that. Also, I do think Dee's been playing. I mean, too fair. Like, I guess if we're taking it like ever since last stream that I did this, it's been a mixed bag because it's like she executes the lyric move, which I don't even know is the right call for her, and then also like ends up tanking her relationship with the red corner, blows up the entire game. A game that she was very well positioned in, to where like, yeah, I don't think she handled that eviction well at all. Again, Lyric was someone that was like still had a connection with D, like over Melody. Like, what connections Melody and D have? To where, yeah, I don't think that was the right call, especially the way she handled it. But she has done good work afterwards. I do think the notion of her telling Kamu about her power is kind of crazy, but it did seem to be effective. Now, I think it likely would have been effective either. Like, I think her pitch is or like her how she talked to Kamu probably would have been effective either way. But I think it sealed the deal. Like, it made it so like, okay, Kamu actually does want to work with D again, and yeah. And I think that's a pretty important number to have at this point. I mean, Kamu again has been able to build his power structure some fucking how. To where I think Kamu has a lot of power in this game, and I think if he's pushing to keep D around, I think that could convince like the likes of Taylor and Yash that okay, we'll wait on D. So again, I think D is in a decent spot. Generally, without the diamond power of veto, I think I would go D over Devins right now. But because Devins has the veto himself, and I think Devins is someone that like if he makes endgame, I feel like he's in a position to easily win out. I will still give it to Devins over D, but it is getting closer. I feel like Devins would win over D. I think the general notion of Devins is that he's a great player. I think with D, there like even though she's a Survivor winner and everything, there are people that just generally don't think that she's that like people still think she's kind of dumb. Which is like kind of insane. But like she's been able to play dumb so well that like people do generally believe that. Which I think can become an issue later down the road, but we'll see. Yeah, if it's D and Devins on the block, I think Devins goes home. The thing is, like, I just don't know how, like, I think it's very unlikely that Devins does end up on the block by the end. Like, I think with Devins, like, I would have so much more faith in Devins to win a comp over D in Big Brother. And again, he has the Diamond Power veto. It's like, I think as long as he has that Diamond Power veto, I think he's going to be above D. But we'll see. Then we got, and actually, to be fair, also like with the Devins D comparison, Devins would definitely have a contingent behind him. Like it's not like Devins is dead to rights. Like he would still have like Drew and like potentially Barrett backing him, and along that maybe Mallory and Melody. I mean, he might have Kamu picking him over D. Actually, I don't know. That one's a little bit more debated. But probably. I don't know. It's like, I think there definitely would be a lot of numbers that are kind of up in the air. Kamu still wants to work with Rick, I know. I don't know how, like, where exactly it stands. Like, obviously, like, it's still a spot where Kamu was blindsided by him. So, like, I doubt it's great. But, like, it wasn't a spot where, like, he had to do so much damage control with him in the way that D did. To where we still have Kamu. Like, Kamu didn't want to nominate Devins if he won HOH. He did want to nominate D after the blind side. He also, like, part of his, like, reason for why he's not using the veto, which is a fake reason, but, like, still part of his rationale to Haley and Chuck is that I can't use the veto because that means Devins would go up. To where, like, he's, like, at least, like, projecting that he's close to Devin still, and I think there is still that connection there. I don't know how tight it really is, but it's still there to some degree. All right, Drew. I genuinely don't know where the fuck Drew is at this point. Like, obviously he is with, like, Mallory, Melody, and Barrett. Like, I think that's his, like, core group at this point. He still has the Devins connection. I still think he thinks Devins is, like, his number one guy. Like, he seems to still just not realize how, like, just how much danger he was in last week. But I don't know what the but is. Like, I generally don't know where he is. Like, I mean, like, I know his relationship with Kamu is, like, very rocky at this point, where, like, they're both kind of faking to each other that they trust each other when, like, neither of them do. It does seem like I've not seen Angela, like, be obsessed with Drew recently. But to be fair, Angela has a lot of other stuff going on right now. It's where, like, maybe that'll resurge once, like, Haley goes. If she goes. But, yeah, like, Drew's just kind of there. I don't feel great about Drew in the long term. Like, I still do think that he's on kind of the bottom of the Icons pecking order. That's probably not the right phrasing. Power structure, I think is, yeah, like, on the bottom of their power structure. And even this week, he was going to be on the block initially. Like, it feels like he still kind of has this stink on him from last week of him being looked at as, like, kind of a snake, to where people like a Taylor and a Lala, even a Yash are not, like, high on Drew and are, like, seemingly willing to put him on the block at least. Chuck is still, like, not high on Drew. So it's like, I don't know. I just don't really see Drew having much, like, long-term potential here. Like, he might be safe for the next few weeks. Yeah, Drew was stayed against Melody and Lyric, but primarily because he was targeting Red Corner. Whereas more so a spot where, like, he was being used to target Red Corner, which that won't be as necessary pretty soon. I just don't feel like Drew has much long-term potential at this point. If he makes to the end, maybe he can win. I still don't even think he's, like, the biggest straight threat, especially considering just how aloof he's come off more recently. Would Taylor have gone if she didn't win Veto? Potentially. Yeah, maybe. I don't think we'll, like, obviously it's just, like, who knows. But, like, it does seem like the maybe not actually. I don't know. Like, I think the problem for Taylor would be her connection to Kamu. I think would be the problem. Where, like, Lyric gets taken out largely because of the notion that she's too close to Red Corner and they need someone to take a shot at Red Corner. Taylor is someone that I think would take a shot at Haley. Well, Haley, maybe Chuck. But, like, she's not going to target Kamu. To where, like, it's obviously better than Lyric, to where, like, there'll be less incentive for them to keep Lyric around than Taylor. So it's like, I don't know if the flip really, really happens against Taylor, but maybe, like, her connection to Kamu would be enough, but I'm not sure. Yeah, Yash goes if Ashley wins Blockbuster week 1. How good is this pre-jury? It's pretty good. I think it feels weird, genuinely, because, like, there are points where it feels pretty slow, but the last week, though, has been very, very good. It had a good first 2 weeks, too. So, and that Kamu week, though, was pretty dry outside of the Tea Party, and even that was, like, kind of more cringe in person. Actually, I think last week was probably better as a television product than the week itself until the very, very end. Again, it got crazy at the end with, like, the flip against Lyric. But, like, up to that point, it was more so just, like, kind of whatever. Like, it's like, okay, Drew's just going home, and then he just doesn't know it. But by the end, it got pretty good. And again, the television product was really good the entire time because of the Haley, like, Melody, like, sort of stuff feud. Anyway. Yeah, so what am I doing with Drew? I think he's above Barrett. Like, he's on the block. I think he's more likely to win than Melody. But also, he's probably in more danger than Melody. kind of. I think I'm going to go above Melody. And then I think him and Mallory are interesting. Tonight's episode dunked on Haley. I didn't watch it yet, so I don't know. From what I understand, Haley wasn't in it that much. Renam has gone home 4 weeks in a row. I mean, I feel like that's just typical Blockbuster, isn't it? But that won't happen this week. How rigged is Big Brother? Not particularly. Again, there's certain definitely like moments that you could say feel very rigged, but as a whole, though, it's not very rigged. Anyway, yeah, I think Drew. I think I'll go below Melody or below Mallory. I mean, above Melody. I think is where I'm leaning. I think he probably has more winner potential than Melody, but I think he's probably I think he has less long-term prospects in my eyes than Mallory, considering just so many people kind of already drop. I don't know, like obviously last week with like his reputation being ruined and everything, it's like it feels like a spot where like I don't know how much people really look at Drew highly either way. Me trying to gaslight people and thinking this season's terrible because of the vets. When it's bringing us entertainment. Yeah, it's like, and like the thing is like the vets fucked up their own game anyway. So, fan voted battle back. I mean, yeah. Again, like rigged's not the right term for that though. That's not rigged because it's not like it's not like they what do you call it? Like actually rigged the vote and said like Brendan won instead of Dominic when really Dominic won. Like that's rigging. Like this isn't rigging. It's just like they structured a season to benefit the vets. Like that's not really rigging. It's not really the same thing. Like rigging would be guaranteeing that a vet comes back like no matter what. Yeah, it's like influence. Like it's definitely a spot where like they do things to try to influence the game in a certain direction. But they don't blatantly rig things, though. Like, if Dominic won the fan vote, Dominic would be the person going back in. But, obviously, they had a good idea. That would be Brendan. Like, obviously, they had a good idea. It would be a vet. That was the intention behind it. Is to give, like, a vet a second chance. But anyway. Haley is last. It's pretty undeniable. She's going home. She's winning Blockbuster. Mind you, there was some talk from Angela today about trying to flip the vote to save Haley and take out Chuck, which maybe that gets some legs, but Haley still feels pretty dead. Like generally, like can they even get the votes? Like if they wanted to do that, how would they even get to the votes? I actually want to plot this out real quick. So what? Like Latrice doesn't vote. Then yeah, let's say it's Chuck and Haley on the block. Yeah, I'll just delete them. Like we say Angela votes Chuck. I assume their intention is to get like Barrett and them on board, right? I think the intention would be to get like Barrett and Drew. Yeah, I mean, I guess they could do it. Like, if they get Barrett, Drew, Mallory, Melody. Yeah, actually, they could pretty easily do it, actually. So, never mind. But yeah, they would need FAP. They would need the FAP. Which, I don't know. Is that a thing that they do often? Who knows? But yeah. It's possible. I still would lean towards Haley probably going out by the end of the week. But oh yeah, Melody obviously doesn't like Haley, so yeah. Don't know. Yeah, it's like if they solidify an alliance with FAP. And then like get them on board with the notion that okay, Haley's gonna be a bigger target for like the other side, which is the case. Like, I mean, that is factual, right? That Haley is like a bigger target for like Taylor and Latrice and Yash and them. We're like, again, they literally talking about like, yeah, we need to take a shot at the vets, but not until we get Haley out. To where it does feel like Haley kind of is a shield for a lot of people in a way, which again is like kind of Mickey-esque to how Mickey ended up being at the end, like towards the end of her run last season, where again she was just like consensus boot for like a lot of people coming into each week, but then she would just somehow get safety for a couple weeks and it just kind of get dragged along. I kind of can see that happening for Haley here, but yeah, she's still the most likely to go home. And then we got Kamu, who I think genuinely has an argument for being number one. I'm not going to, because I think there's a couple factors against it. First, the fact that, again, Rick and Dee have the Diamond Power veto. That's obviously just an added layer of safety that Kamu doesn't have. And yeah, that was the other thing I was going to mention, is that FAP is targeting Kamu. There's still people that are targeting Kamu in the game, to where that is an issue. But I will say, like, again, what Kamu was able to do this week is insane. Like, I don't like the guy, but like, it's pretty insane at what he was able to do. Like coming into this week in a spot where the vote flipped. Like, so Lyric goes out, partially due to the notion that she's so close to Kamu that she's not going to nominate Red Corner. To where again, the icons like blow up the entire game because of Kamu. We're wanting to target Kamu by the end of last week, and then now, and then like ends up like coming second to HOH comp, loses to Lala, doesn't make a deal, was going to be the initial nominee, was going to be the initial backup target, and then somehow, despite that, ends up making a deal with Lala, Taylor, and Yash to make a Final Four group with them, ends up getting back the vets to where like now Dee wants to work with Kamu once again. And to be fair, Kamu wants to work with Dee as well. It's not like Kamu's tricking her or anything, but like, again, like he's repaired that relationship. Like there's still like that like level of doubt with Drew to where like, I don't know if Drew actually takes the shot at Kamu himself. Like, I think the criticism would be that he's like completely dropped Haley and Chuck. He has pretty much like burnt those relationships pretty bad at this point. But even then, I saw he had a conversation with Chuck earlier today where like Chuck came out of it being like, yeah, I get it. I mean, to where it's like, I don't think that relationship's like irreparable. So again, I think like this week just showed me that like, I think Kamu probably is the best player in this house. Like, it's pretty insane what he was able to do. Like, I don't know if we've, like, how often do we see someone, like, be almost dead to rights, and then the next day are, like, one of the best position players in the house? Like, it's pretty insane. But again, I think at the end of the day, I am still going to go below Rick and Dee, just because they have powers, and they still do have a decent amount of influence in the game. Yash is interesting. I think him and Yash, it's a spot where Yash is safer for sure. I think Kamu's more likely to win. But I think like a different, but like, and like we have that. And also, Kamu's also solidified with Yash, to where like it does feel like Kamu's like Yash's number one ally at this point, which is also very good. But yeah, also, yeah, like, so, like, I think we can look at, like, Kamu and Yash as, like, a duo in the same way that, like, Latrice and Taylor are looked at as a duo, Mallory, Melody, to where in this world, Kamu is the Yash, or, Kamu is the, like, Mallory and Taylor to Yash, to which, under that logic, you would think Kamu is higher. However, I think a difference is the fact that Yash is just so safe in the game, because it's not even, like, a spot where people are even talking about, like Yash is a pawn. Where like I think like again, it's very viable that Taylor's nominated next week and like Latrice ends up being a pawn and could go home by accident. I think the same thing with like Mallory and Melody. I don't know how many people are talking about like we need to nominate Kamu and Yash together. Like that's not really a thing. So, yeah, I think there's an argument he's above, or like Yosh is above him, I mean. Um, I think I'm still, I'm like, just gut wise, I feel like Kamu's higher. I have more faith in Kamu as a player at this point. I wish I didn't, but I do. So yeah, I'll go Kamu above. So yeah, that's the power ranking. What's changed? So Angela went down. Decent drop from Angela. I believe her lowest proper, well, I guess tied with her lowest proper rating of the season. Why was she so low here, actually? Oh, I moved Kamu up. That's what happened there. That was funny. But yeah, Barrett goes down slightly. Well, I mean, he went down a lot, actually, from... So we're talking about, like, last stream power ranking. He's gone down a lot. Is Melody winning a power? I think, yeah. I think it's looking pretty good for Melody at this point. She's gotten a pretty good edit. She also is now, like, associated with Mallory, who is the other fan favorite. It's like, I think it's looking good for Melody. Again, the question is, does she actually get a power? Does she get another punishment? Does she get fucking Unitard or Amazon? I can't believe Amazon was really the one that they picked. Like, of all the fucking like punishments to pick, like Amazon is the one you picked. But either way, Chuck obviously going down, like in a lot of danger at this point. It's funny that even by last power ranking, I didn't even think Chuck was going on the block. Like, I thought Chuck was still in like an okay spot. Like, again, he wasn't like great in the grand scheme of things, but like he was not being nominated. He at least had like room to recover, but like no, now he's almost gone. So that's bad. D's still number 2. Drew's slightly going up. And again, at the time of the power ranking I did off stream, it looked like Drew's going to be on the block to where he's at least not on the block anymore. Haley's still dead. Kamu went up an insane amount. Like, yeah, good for Kamu. Latrice went down, which I think is more so just other people going up. Like, it's Kamu going up. How many other people went up? Maybe it's... Oh, Yosh went up. Yeah, okay, yeah. So it's like Kamu and Yosh going up. That mostly moved her down. Same thing with Mallory. Melody went down 1 spot. Rick stayed the same. Taylor went down 1 spot. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, I guess that's just another... Yeah, it's just Kamu and Yosh went up. And then, yeah, Yosh went up. So, yeah. That's the power ranking. From 17 to 4, where do I have that? Oh, we're talking about, like, he was 17 at a point, and now he's 4. I mean, you can say the same thing about Taylor. And the low points are kind of weird just because, like, it's based around who's on the block for the most part. So it's like, yeah, if you're on the block in week 1 and you look like you could be a target, then, yeah, you're going to be last. I forgot I had Yosh that high on the first power ranking. Why did I have him that high? He's like, he was on the block, right? I guess he was like, he looked like the safest on the block. But yeah, I don't know why I have that. Either way, yeah, I guess that's the power ranking there. And we'll get around to working on the the Survivor player ranking again. Because I need this done at some point in my life. Is Kamu the best player of the non-icons? I think by a lot. So, yeah. Best character BB28? I would go Mallory or Melody, probably. Jason, if we're including, like, people that have been booted so far. Oh, Haley also. Yeah, Haley also is up there. Yeah, I'd say that's, like, the top 4. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anyone else that'd be in contention. I actually like Taylor quite a bit on the show. But I don't know if she'd be, like, in that tier, though. She'd probably be, like, the next tier. Oh, is that not? Wait. Oh, yeah, I guess it's just character in general. I was thinking of the newbies. Yeah, I mean, like, in general, it's like, I mean, like, obviously, Devins, D, Angela, all of them bring. I mean, like Angela's obviously just an insane character, like all around. Devins is a fun narrator at points, even though he's a bit hammy. D can have some fun moments, but it's like, I don't know. Like, I'll be honest. Like, I don't really care what happens to the vets on this season. Like, I think coming into the season, I was kind of like a bit invested in them. They were like, okay, I'd like to see them do well. But like now I'm at the point where like, yeah, they can go home next week. I think I'll be fine with that. Like I don't really care anymore. It's like I think we got what we're gonna get from them on the season. It'll be interesting to see how the game plays out. But like at least under the like notion of Devins needs to make it far or whatever. It's like I don't really care. It's like it's fine. If Devins is booed next week somehow, if Devins like goes home, like imagine like Lala decides to renom Devins last second, and then Devins doesn't use his Devin Power veto. If you went home this week, I'll be like, yeah, that's crazy. Kamu win would be pretty depressing. Kamu steamrolled the season without the vets. I don't know about that actually. I think Kamu greatly benefited from the vets being there. Like, I think if anything, like, if Kamu... Like, I think if the vets weren't there, I think it's just a full-on Kamu versus Rome battle. Where I think because the vets were there, the vets sided with Kamu, and that just led to it just kind of being a steamroll instead. To where, like, I actually feel like Kamu would be in more danger if there weren't vets on this season. Why wouldn't he use it? I don't know. He'll use it. Again, I'm more so saying that, like, that'd be crazy if that's what happened. Like, I wouldn't be, like, I'd be kind of content with his run in the season if that's what happened. I actually think Rick, I actually kind of do appreciate Rick a bit on this season in the sense that it's kind of a spot where, like, he knows when to ham it up. Like, he kind of, like, hams it up, like, the perfect amount. I don't know if perfect's the right term, but, like, he recognizes that's like, I don't need to be gaming all the time. Where like when he's not in power, when he doesn't really have much like to do, like he's able to like chill a bit. And I actually kind of like that from Rick. Even though again, when he is playing, he's playing very sloppily. Like I don't love like obviously how he took Rome out, how he's handled the Drew situation. Like there's a lot of stuff from Rick that I'm just like, why are you doing this? But like, he's still like, again, like right now, it's like he should be in a lot of danger, but like he's kind of not, and a lot of that's kind of just because he's kind of just chilling. Like he's not really doing like he's not doing too much. He's not making a like a target of himself. He's kind of just like letting like Haley and Chuck kind of like further sink themselves. Hope Blockbuster's equitable. What could Blockbuster be this week? What haven't we gotten yet? We haven't gotten the rope challenge. We haven't gotten the roll the ball challenge. Is there anything else? If it's the roll the ball challenge, like maybe Haley would do well in that. Like she did almost win that shuffleboard comp, right? Mastermind balls. Which one was that the drop the ball challenge? Like the drop the ball in the tube? Yeah, we haven't had that yet. Oh yeah, we haven't had the what do you call it? Wind tunnel challenge. So yeah, there's actually quite a bit they haven't used yet, so it could be any of those. Obviously, the least equitable of those is the rope comp, which I feel like Chuck just demolishes that, doesn't he? If he's in it. Like, yeah, between Chuck, Barrett, and Haley, it's like, you would think Chuck... I mean, I guess, too, for Haley could do well in that. Yeah, maybe Haley could do well in that. But, like, obviously, like, Kamu just demolish Ashley and Will. Then it's Ashley and Will. But, like Chuck's definitely more of a Kamu. I feel like Barrett will suck at that comp, though. Like, Barrett definitely is the least likely to win that comp. Spot the difference? Didn't we do spot the difference? No, we did the counting one. Yeah, we did the counting one. So yeah, they could do spot the difference, I guess. He's Rue Talk. Yes, he is Rue Talk. Yeah, I knew what you're talking about. Yeah, he is too tall. What was the one that Kelly won? That was like fine, like the first one. That was like figure out clues, right? It was like they gave you like clues on the wall and you had to like figure out what item they were talking about, right? Um Lamest blockbuster. I think the counting one's pretty lame. Is there one lamer than the counting one? Um Barrett really needed that Vita win. He's just a resident pawn. Yeah, I could definitely see that happening. When that Catherine lost? What the fuck did Catherine lose? Yeah, generally couldn't tell you. Oh, wait, I know now. It's the roll the ball down, right? Yeah, it's like the one that you build the track and then you have to roll the ball down. Which, like, that's just really fucking easy. Like, that's not even, like, that's more so, like, it's like, there's a tad of randomness in there, but, like, yeah, there's not much to that comp. It's more just, like, who can set up the thing the quickest, and yeah, there's like an option between two pieces for each one. And you just need to get each option right? But like most people would, unless they're insane, or so many ball comps. I just think that's probably what they think of. They just think of balls all the time. Which I mean, they're also the people that create Bigfoot's comes. I mean, they do love balls. You bring back Perfect Shot. Didn't they do that last season? They did do that, didn't they? Like to a degree. Like, isn't that the one that Mickey won over Riley? Like, wasn't that Perfect Shot like a similar version of that? Like, obviously, it wasn't that they had to actually get the perfect shot, but it was like who can get the highest score on Perfect Shot. Yeah, Bigfoot balls. We need Bigfoot balls. Generally, that comp's so stupid. Like, the more they with the fucking like, why the fuck is there a guy in a Bigfoot costume walking around during a wall comp? And like, why is his pink eye squishing out? Like, why is that a thing? Is that a thing? Do people's like pink eyes like squish like that? Like I've never had pink eye, but like, I would think so, right? Actually, how did Bigfoot get pink eye? That's the question we need answered. Thank God the slime wasn't white. I mean, but you don't know what color Bigfoot's cum is though. And maybe it's like again, it's ever changing. It just changes every time. Pink eye is when yeah, I mean yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Well, yeah, again, I wonder how Bigfoot got it. I mean, that is a imagine like the like Alison Grodner's actually there like writing out this lore for Bigfoot of like how did he get pink eye, like how did he get nauseous and puke on the contestants? Like that'll be very funny. There's no way that's happening, but like that'll be very funny. Did you get an Emmy for the Paw Patrol comp? I mean, yeah, because Drew loves Paw Patrol, so they should win because of that. What even are Big Brother comps? What question? Yeah, Bigfoot comes green and pink. That's what we've learned. Like I think the pink eye was just a euphemism for cum. That's just what it means, obviously. Like whenever it says I have pink eye, that actually means that I have cum. I guess. Because again, it's very rare to find someone with cum. Like that never happens. So again, it's as rare as finding someone with pink eye. So I say, yeah, they haven't done the bounce beam HOH yet, right? Which will probably be soon. You would think then. Like I would think like bounce beam and knockout are probably the next two HOHs. Yeah, imagine the blockbuster is like figure out which one was his cum. Was it the pink one? Was it the green one? You have to find out. What's scarier, Bigfoot or the Velociraptor? I mean, the Velociraptor did kill somebody, so did Bigfoot kill somebody? He only came on people. Like, is that as bad? What's worse, coming on someone or killing expected. And these are the questions we need answered. This is what Alison Grodner needs to answer on live TV. She needs to write a script for Julie Chen. Do you imagine Julie Chen talks about cum on Big Brother? Like that would be funny. Like imagine she's like doing an interview like the would you be mad if I killed you, but she's talking about cum. Again, this is a very important topic. But yeah, okay, I was gonna make a weird fucking transition. I just shouldn't. Generally, I need to go pee. I'm gonna take like probably a 1 minute break here, and then we'll come back and actually do the player ranking. But yeah, probably was better that I didn't use the transition I thought of. So yeah, where the fuck is this one? I'll be back in like a minute. Yeah. All right, I am back. Yeah, I went for a cum break. That is what happened. I just came all over my toilet. Clearly. Yeah. All right. Yeah, we'll probably start work on the actual player ranking at this point. Is 27 the best new era season as of right now? We'll see if that sticks. It probably will. Generally, I'd be surprised if 28 ends up being better than 27, but I guess it's not impossible. I mean, like, are we really like? Are we gonna get the Vince Morgan drama on BB28? Imagine we do. Imagine we get like. Imagine we get like who would even be the Vincent Morgan? Angela and Dee, maybe, yeah, maybe Angela is the Vince. That would be kind of funny. Again, that's what Kamu and Chuck. Yeah, that's clearly what's gonna be. Dude, imagine Chuck becoming a Vince. I want to win HOH next week. I actually don't know. I actually think part of me wants like a Taylor HOH, but I think the worry for that is that I'm worried it would like fall back on because like I feel like Taylor would potentially go after the vets, and that's interesting. Though I would worry that that could fall back on like a Barrett or Drew, which is like or like even a Mallory potentially. But even then, like I guess like to be fair, like if D or Devins win HOH next week, well, I guess they're probably going for Taylor, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, actually, yeah, we need a Drew HOH so he can get the coin flip and then take his own HOH. That is what we need. Yeah, we need that master plan to be executed. Who's most likely Diamond Power veto ring on by Devins? I mean, like, it's situational. But, like, if he were to use it now, maybe, like, Taylor, genuinely. Like, if Lala blindsides Devins, puts him on the block, like, I think he would put up Taylor. Like, that would be, like, obviously that would be, like, the most damage you can do to Lala. Along the fact that, like, obviously, clearly, if Lala was willing to put you up, then Taylor was. And they could get the votes against Taylor. Like, it wouldn't be impossible. So, yeah. I think they probably just put up Taylor. Who'd Yash put up? I generally don't know. I know he's talked about putting up the vets. I don't know if he actually does it. Yeah, like if Lala puts him up, then like, yeah, clearly Taylor was involved in that. Yeah. All right. I am going to start working on the player ranking. So we're actually starting like earlier than what I have been the last 2 streams. Speaking of which, I might actually, we'll see. We'll see tomorrow. I think there's a shot I just do a full-blown stream tomorrow in terms of length-wise, like working on the player ranking. We'll see. I don't want to like promise it, but like, yeah, I might start not at 1 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. Assuming I don't finish tonight, because that's clearly a thing that could happen, is me finishing this ranking tonight. Anyway, all right. We do have some comments. Fair. But I do think it probably just needs to be that, though. But fair. That Nick will set a 9 gives me nightmares. This one, okay, like personally, I don't get. Wait, I don't think getting to the end with 0 chance to win is better than being a final 6 boot with the win equity. I wish you pointed out which example that is. Because I still do think it's circumstantial, but I don't know. And then, yeah, like, what was the... I remember that was a thing that came up, but I don't remember who that was referring to. Like, what part of the list was that? I generally don't remember anymore. Oh, Q and Phillip. But Phillip can barely win, though. I mean, like, Q can barely win, though. Like, I don't think that's exactly... It's like... Like, I don't even know if Q actually can win. So, I think it's like Phillip and Q probably isn't the best example of that. Because I just don't think Q had that much actual win equity. It's like he had like an outside shot of potentially winning. It's like by the time of the final 6, like, again, he maybe beats Ben and Liz. Maybe. And like that, I actually would lean Ben in that. Like if anything, he beats like Liz and Venus. I think Elaine's better than Nora. I mean, that's not actually the same argument. Nora wins. Like that would be like Elaine is better than Dean. Like that's more fair. Nora actually does have winning scenarios. Like Nora is actually the Q. Danny's better than Xander. I mean, Danny's not that big of a jury threat either, though. Like, Danny also is, like, kind of like a Q. Elaine, like, yeah, Lane actually was loved by most of the cast, probably does win at the end. Like, the other examples are not that. I mean, like, Danny's not that. Q's not that. Like, Danny, like, I think barely squeaks out a win if he gets to the end. Cody's better than Owen. I mean, yeah. And that's fair. But that was never a debate to me. I don't know. Yeah, and this one, okay, so like this, okay, if Maddie, Pascal, Brett are in the same, and they came close to win tier, why is Elizabeth and Roger not in that tier? I think it's, okay, so like the actual thing is that for me, I look at Maddie, Pascal, and Brett as someone that actually almost won. Like, my perspective on that is that they literally almost win if, like, again, if Sugar doesn't, like, randomly flip on Maddie last second. Or if Susie doesn't win Final Four immunity, Maddie wins. Paschal, if the rock draw doesn't happen in the way that it does, Paschal probably wins. Brett, if Adam doesn't find an idol at Final Five, Brett probably wins. Like, again, it's very tangible in that light. It's literally like a one, like, minor change. With Roger and Elizabeth, it's not really that. It's a spot where, like, in the situation we see play out, they're not actually that, like, they get to 4 and 5, but they're not close to winning. Like, they're not getting to the end. There's no path for them to actually get to the end outside winning immunities. And then in the other situation where we are saying they're screwed, which is like Skupin doesn't get medevaced, even in that spot, we don't know if that's what would happen. Like, to me, it's still speculative. Just because, like, if Skupin doesn't get medevac, for all we know, they lose the immunity challenge there anyway, and then they still, like, lose at the merge. It's not even, like, a definitive thing that they definitely would have run the game if Skupin didn't get medevac. So it's like, I think it's too speculative with Roger and Elizabeth, where, like, it's more concrete with Maddie, Brett, and Paschal. So that's that part of it. Also, all these examples are all different. In the sense that, like, was Cindy that close to winning? And again, like, this is not even like a came close to win. This is a screwed out of a win, is what this is also. It's not just that they almost won. It's that, like, they kind of got screwed out of it by, like, some random, like, again, Susie winning immunity, rock draws being, like, the rock draw rules not being formulated at the point, Adam finding an idol. It's like, it's not like Cindy, who, like, I guess probably wins if she goes to the end of Stephanie, which was her plan, but it's not like she came actually close to having that happen. Dan Foley's more in that conversation, but, like, Dan Foley, the issue there is I don't know if he wins. Where, like, I feel very confident Maddie wins if he gets the end in Gabon. I feel very confident Paschal wins if he gets the end of Nalia in Marquesas. Or Vecepia even. Brett, I feel very confident he beats Hannah and Ken. I don't feel as confident of Dan. Like, Dan versus Will and Rodney, it's like, maybe he wins, but I don't feel as confident. If Nalia goes at the rock draw and Vecepia wins final immunity, does she take Kathy? I think so, but that's not really the situation we're talking about. I think the situation we're talking about is that rock shouldn't have been a situation at all at 4, along with the fact that it's still a situation that only happened because Vecepia won final immunity. Or one Final Four immunity. If Vecepia did not win immunity, Vecepia gets voted out there, and then Paschal probably just wins. Anyway, again, Ashley, I think it's also, like, she didn't really have a path to the end. People weren't actually taking her to the end. Rick, kind of same thing. Okay, like, I think just all these people are different than this. Like, this is, like, screwed out of a win. They had a path to the end and then got sniped from them. These are players that, like, they didn't really have a path to the end, but they kind of came close despite that, outside of Dan Foley, and Dan Foley's just different. And again, I think this is arbitrary. This is like saying that Maddie is separate because his game is good and Paschal's isn't. Like, what is saying that? Like, you're just saying, like, that's not, like, fact-based. Like, you just think that Maddie's game is good and Paschal's isn't. I don't think there's that big of a difference between our games. If anything, actually, there's an argument that Paschal's game is actually better than Maddie's. And then I put Dan, Mitch, and others with Paschal as players, and I just disagree. And, I just disagree entirely. But whatever. Yeah, so we're just continuing on. What's the most emotional Survivor season ever? Most emotional for the players or most emotional to watch? To watch? Maybe Melange X? I don't know. Generally, I don't even know, actually. Like, Melange X has the Adam story. I think that's still, like, one of the most, like tragic, like, I don't know, like, stories in Survivor, but I don't know what the definitive answer for that is. I think continuing off from where we were last night, I believe I was moving on to this tier. If I remember right, I think that was the intention, is to then move on to the better one-time GOATs, where we just got through, like, a couple of the, like, 2-time goats. It's 49 for one obvious reason. Well, thank God. Wait, Kathy versus Pascal. We're talking about jury vote. I would lean Kathy wins in a Kathy Pascal final 2. All Stars did have emotion. I think All Stars is probably the most emotional for the players. Though, I don't know if I had many emotions watching All Stars. Yeah, I know that was the thing that was talked about with Adam. People thought it happened, too. Like, people thought it happened. Like, that's why no one thought Adam won. Is because like, we knew that Adam got home before his mom passed away. So, like, it was assumed that, oh, he must have left early to do that. But it turns out, no, he actually, like, was able to just get there, like, just in time. What's my over-under? How many winners will be at the 100th or 1000th Big Brother episode? Maybe, like, 8? I don't know. Like, I mean, like, should we, do I bother doing this in the middle of this? But whatever, I'll fucking do it. Like, okay, who will be there? I think Danielle, or I think Will will be there. I think Lisa will be there. I don't think June will be there. Drew will not be there. Maggie probably won't be there. Boogie won't be there. Dick won't be there. Adam probably won't be there. You never know. I mean, like, I think Adam will be there if they invite him. It's just like, are they inviting him? Dan might be there. I think that's a maybe. I mean, like, I don't know. So, okay, this is the thing that, like, we know that from Dick that he got the email that, like, oh, they're not paying us or anything. So, like, the question is, do they still do that for, like, a Dan and a Will? I mean, like, Will lives in LA, so, like, Will's different. But, like, with Dan, it's like, I think Dan will go if they pay for it. I don't know if Dan is going without being paid for it. So I think the question is, do they pay Dan to go or not? But anyway, I don't know if Jordan's going. I'm not sure. That's kind of on the edge. Rachel will probably be there. I missed Hayden. I don't think Hayden's going either. 100 episodes at the end of the month. It's like 20 something. It's the eviction episode 2 weeks from Thursday, I believe. I think it's a Thursday episode at least. Is it the 14th? It's not that soon. I thought it was like the 21st or 28th or something. Anyway. Yeah, Rachel, Ian, I'm not sure. Andy. I think Andy might go. I think Andy's the type of person that probably goes. Okay, whatever the third, like, it's on a Thursday. Derek will obviously be there. Steve is like a maybe. Nicole probably won't be there unless she gets paid for it. Josh will be there. Casey will be there. Jackson won't be there. Cody is a maybe. I don't know. Yeah, he's a maybe. Xavier will be there if they pay him. I don't know if he's doing it if he's not paying. But anyway, Taylor's going to be there. Jag. I feel like Jag's going to be there, right? I feel like Jag's definitely there. Oh, it's the 27th? Yeah. I thought so. It was like somewhere in that range. Chelsea's going to be there. Ashley's going to be there. So how many is that? It's a good 11. It's actually a pretty decent number. Like, I think literally all these are for sure going to be there outside of maybe Andy. And maybe... No, I think Rachel will be there, right? Yeah, I think literally just Andy. I think everyone else I feel very good about. So I would say 10. I think 10's the over-under. Because at that point, it's just like, again, are they paying, was it like Dan and people like that. I don't think June's gonna be there. June literally lives in like the Netherlands, right? Lisa's still around. Like, she shows up at like events here and there. She lives in LA still, I believe. So like, I don't see why she wouldn't be there. Um, send her on the Sambot. I mean, maybe they do something like that. I don't know if they'll do that for June, but maybe they'll do that in general. Yeah, let's see. So this is the grouping that I was looking at the end of last stream. I just want to double check to see where they are tier-wise with other people. So, like, I have Eva and Hannah with Holly Hoffman here, who is a tad lower on this. Laurel is with Lisa Welchel, who is also lower on us. Where's Twyla? Twyla Sage are with Missy and... Okay, so really... Okay, so yeah, these... So it's like these players are kind of connected then. It's like these tiers are connected within this tier list. I don't know if I want to have these players so high, though. I don't know. I think it's tough because, like, I feel like these players are kind of like some of the better, like better players that, like, some of them were kind of screwed. Some of them were kind of like, I don't know. Like, I think a lot of them had, like, decent games going. Maybe could have won at the end. I feel like these players, like, gut-wise feel better than this. But maybe it is this. Maybe I do go with this grouping first. But then again, like, why are these players so much higher than a Ken and a Will? Well, I guess Ken's kind of different, but, like... let's see. So... oh, maybe I go with this version of the list. Okay, where are, like, Ken and Will anyway? Ken's like down there, Cassie and Jason and Albert. Will's like way lower, right? Where is Will Sims? Like down here. Is it believable that Cameron Hurd is tied for the highest DR count in Big Brother history? Average VR? Yeah. I mean, he was on one episode. So I mean, yeah. Are we including the Battleback episode as part of it? Does that count? I generally don't know. Who's the worst between those people? What? Jason, Adrian, Brent, Nicole Heisem. I assume Nicole Leog is who we're talking about, or what? I don't know. Who do I have the lowest? I probably have Jason if I were to guess of those people. I don't know. I have Brent lower. Brent's lower, and then... yeah, I think Brent's the lowest of those people. I saw someone post a video today assessing the Edgic for the season of Big Brother. That's interesting. Where, like, obviously Big Brother, you can't, like, analyze it for, like, a winner edit, but I think it is, like, there's some takeaways to have. Like, I mean, like, the takeaways are, like, who does production like is really the main takeaway. But, like, there are some takeaways that we had with, like, Edgic for Big Brother. How do weeks 3 and 4 of 26 compare to week 6 of BB27? I think I would have... I think my ranking of them would be... okay, I think week 3 of 26 is the worst of the 3, I think. And I'm debating between the top 2. More under-edited, Andy or Ashley? Probably Ashley? I don't know. Yeah, maybe I go with this version of the list. Okay, maybe, like, what am I doing Scout? Where's Scout on this version? Dude, where is Scout? Why did I have her so low on this? She's there with, like, Woo, and I guess the problem with Scout is that she didn't really have, like, a path to the actual end. Like, she lost Twyla even by the end. But then if she did win Final Immunity somehow, she does win. So that's the reason why she's as high as she is here. Who are the players in the tier with her? It's like Woo, right? Actually, I think that's what this tier kind of, or like some of these people were, is that they were like in a binary where they could have won, but I think the fact that Scout at least wanted to go to in her ideal situation is a boost for her. Like, should Scout be here? Like, where was Scout versus Philip in this? Scout was above Philip, right? Wait, this is the wrong version of the list. This version. Yeah, Scout's above Philip. I think maybe Scout above Philip then. I don't think Jeff's retiring before 60. Yeah, I'm thinking of moving Scout there. I don't know, what do I do with Kenny, actually? Where's Kenny on this? I remember I had Kenny fairly low beforehand. He's down here. Yeah, Kenny's just an interesting player. Because, like, he's so sloppy, but he also kind of comes close to winning. I think I would put Kenny more of these players, I think. But I guess these players are goats, though, so that's kind of different. Maybe, like, this tier? Maybe him and Greg, actually. Maybe Kenny and Greg. I see Selena's Haley cameos? No, I didn't. Is that a thing? Yeah, what is this? Okay.
Bubbly, outgoing, bubbly, and fun.
A lot. Like, I just had 3 weeks.
I'm gonna fucking lose it. If he does that shit around my fucking head again.
Okay. Yeah. Jason's been fun outside the show. Which, to be fair, you would expect that, right? From Jason. Yeah, I'm still debating what I do with Scout. Is Scout really better than Twyla, though? I think. Like, obviously, Scout comes closer to winning, but, like, Twyla was better positioned and controlled more of the game. So maybe I go Scout right below this tier, actually. Because, like, it's a spot where, like, Scout, like, almost won to a degree. Like, if she wins Final Immunity, she wins the game. Like, that's not a spot that these people are in. But she also had no path to the end, actually. So yeah, I think maybe Scout and Kenny move into this grouping. Is what I'm gonna do with that. Jason's Devon potential, yeah. Like if they have some level of like some sort of returning season like BB18 next season, like I wouldn't be that shocked if Jason's there. Like I think Jason's probably one of the most likely like returnees for BB 29 at this point. Like it seems like production loves him. Like he was like a polarizing character, but like not like outward. Like obviously some people hated him, but like it wasn't like he was. Yeah, I think he's like kind of like an Angela mold. Like obviously not like Angela obviously had a deeper run and all that sort of stuff, but like I could definitely see him having like some sort of return. But yeah, all right. I think I'm gonna actually follow this version more, which would be, what is it? It's like Hannah, Eva, Holly, and then Laurel, Lisa, and then Twyla, Sage, Sherry, Missy. Maybe. Let's see. Okay, wait. I just want to visualize that real quick. So, like, I think Hannah, Eva, top 2 makes a lot of sense. Like, that's the way it is on every list. So I think that's just kind of easy. Holly. Yeah, I kind of see what I was going. So with Holly, it's like she was in a dominant position, in a similar way to like Eva and Hannah were. Like she was, if anything, actually, maybe she has a better chance at like arguing a win at the end. Jimmy have a better chance of returning than Jason? No, I think Jimmy's gone already. Like I don't even think they remember Jimmy anymore. Like I think Jason's taken Jimmy's spot at this point. Of the like fun like flame out pre-merge boot or whatever. I mean Haley's exit interviews with some on top of Mickey's. We'll see. Very possible. But yeah, I think this feels fine because it's like these players are more like in dominant positions for more of the game. Laurel and Lisa end up kind of being these like kingmaker sort of figures that had like a niche situation to win, but weren't like going for it. So like that's the criticism, or at least Lisa was going for it, but like couldn't actually influence enough to make it happen, which I think is still bad. And then Twyla, Sage, Sherry, and Missy are like players that like had some control at points, were playing like dominant games, but just had like absolutely no chance to win the game. And like were pretty hated by the jury. I think if anything, maybe like Twyla can move up in this. I think a credit is that these players were playing optimally, right? It's like all these players were playing for their best case scenarios. Twyla was trying to go to the end of Chris over Scout, which is bad. Sage, I don't agree for like taking out Steven when she does and that sort of thing. So I think that's probably the difference here. So I think this breakdown feels okay to me. Which it means what? So what are the tiers here? We got Hannah, I think, is with Eva and Holly, who's here. Christina and Sage were to Cliff and Nicole of 49. Kind of. I don't know. I don't know if that's exactly a 1-for-1, but like I kind of see the intention behind it at least. Go Laurel with Lisa. And then it's Twyla, Sage, Sherry, and Missy. If you were thinking of Jawan winning 49 in the shower, that's kind of random, but I mean, you do you, I guess. I'll be honest, I don't think I've thought about Jawan a single fucking time outside of working on this player ranking since 49. I kind of forgot Jawan even existed. Okay. So I just need to update this version, which is just that. Isn't it? It's just this, right? Okay, then from this version, Hannah's gone. Laurel and Twyla are gone. Eva is gone. Holly is gone. Sherry is gone. Missy is gone. Sage is gone. And then one other person. Who's the other person? I think. Yeah, one other person. Fuck. Who's the other person? It's who is it? I don't remember. Wait, let's see if I can remember as I scroll down. This will definitely work out pretty well. And again, this doesn't actually matter. Oh, it's Lisa. There's Lisa. Yeah. Okay. So there's that. I think now the debate comes. I'm so fucking dumb. Like, don't let me say. I'm so broken. Just me saying "come" in like a slightly weird way makes me laugh. I actually feel like Ken and Will is interesting here in the sense that I think they actually could be above. I think the problem with actually is Ken just in this tier. I guess the criticism would be that Hannah beats Ken in a final 2. But, like... Yeah, actually, I don't know. Yeah, but either way, I think Ken... I think within this tier feels kind of fine. And I feel like maybe Will with that also is... Like, as, like, they're players that, like, you can argue were playing optimally even though they didn't have the greatest win equity at the end. If I had to bet bet on yourself winning one Survivor Big Brother Traders, like one of the shows, I would bet Survivor, I think. I don't think I'm winning any of them, but I would bet Survivor over the other two. Like Traders, I feel like it's just so much more luck based, and also I don't think I would be a good trader anyway. And then Big Brother's so comp heavy that I don't think I would win Big Brother, modern Big Brother at least. When luck makes me more likely, it could, I guess. Depends. But I make my own luck. Dude, I'm so broken. Also from fucking Assassin's Creed. Apparently BBC has a no reality star policy. Oh, yeah, I knew that. I feel more nervous to be a trader. I mean, yeah. I think I don't know, like wouldn't pretty much anyone be? I don't know. I mean, generally, if you're faithful, then it's like at that point, it's like, who cares? I don't know. Yeah, like, I feel like if I'm a faithful on the traders, I'm just like, yeah, I might as well just try to go for a good TV. It doesn't really matter, right? There's not much hope here anyway. I'm essentially just at the whim of the traders either way. So it's like, just like I could be murdered at any point. It's like I might as well just try to make good TV. Let me see something. What was the OG list again with Ken and... Or like, not the OG list, but the list we did last time. Like, where were Ken and... Actually, what happened to Troyzan and Scoopin? We didn't do Troyzan and Scoopin yet, did we? Shouldn't they also be up here? Where's Troyzan and Scoopin? Oh, I think I have them in the goat tier, right? Like it's like a yeah. I forgot. There's like 2 levels of goats. I think they're in the goat of goat tier. Where the fuck are they? Okay. Or did I? I didn't go through. Yeah, did I? Did I put Troyzan in them on the list already? I have no memory of that if I did. When the fuck did I put Troyzan on the list? I did. Okay. Cool. I guess. I'm probably not cool, but like also, I generally have no memory of this. When the fuck did I put? I have no memory putting Scoopin and Jervis and Troyzan on the list yesterday. But okay, I guess I did. Okay, so I guess it's fine, but still. Jimmy's too thirsty. Jason's fine. Okay, sure, I guess. Yeah, I know. I know the celebrity trader thing. Why is Missy not in the goat tier? Because I just made that up, I guess. Because yeah, I guess it's actually not a thing. I mean, this kind of is the goat tier. This is like the goat that like at least was in the dominant alliance and like kind of was controlling things at points. Like that's what this kind of is. Let's see. Okay. So yeah, I think this is the spot where we need to figure out what we're doing with the goats, right? Because like that was the overall issue with this phase is like putting the goats too high. And I think that's kind of the point that we're at right now. We're like, I think up to this point, it's been like kind of easy to mix things. I think this is the point where it becomes harder to mix the goats with the not goats, but players that didn't make it anywhere close to the end. And yeah, I think it's a debate on how do we structure this. In my head right now, I think the way I'm feeling about structuring this is like, I still think these players here, even though they're goats, I do give them credit for like being able to control portions of the game. And I think that's kind of how I feel about that. But I think before we get to, I don't know where it actually is, but like, I think like not every goat should be this high though, right? Like there definitely should be eventually the gap with like these sort of players. So I think the debate is like, how much do I go back and forth? Like, do I go back and forth and try to like mix it that way? Do I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what the better approach is. Because I do think the answer is a mix of the two. Like, obviously, this is a spot where, like, the goats are, like, pretty low. And then it's, like, all the, like, yeah, even, like, a lot of the, I don't know what's the best example here. But, like, like, Josh Canfields are, like, higher than the goats. And I don't think that should be the case. But I think there are like I think like these players probably should be above a good chunk of the goats. So it's like, I think Dan Foley should be next. I mean, Dan Foley should be number 1. So, okay. Let me think this through too. So, interestingly, on this version of the list, I do have Ashley, Jen, and Lauren O'Connell at this point. Which I'm trying to remember why they're here and not higher or lower. Like, why were they there on this version of the list, where this was the game ranking? I mean, they got to, they got to the end game. I guess they weren't like the biggest jury threats necessarily, but they all had like a good chunk of win equity. Like some, and Lauren didn't have a good chunk, but like had some. Where's like Lauren? Okay, yeah, like Lauren is with Andy and Ashley on that list. Like, I'm feeling like this tier is like closer to this, right? Like, I think Caroline, Andy, Ashley, Jen, Lauren, possibly together. So let's see. So Caroline on this list is with Ashley, who's also there. Tawana, Mike, Chelsea, and Kelly Remington, which I'm not sure if I want to move Kelly Remington this high. Like, where's Chelsea in this again? Like, there's Mike Cheezel. There's T-Bird. Okay. Yeah, like, I do think, yeah, it's like, I think a mix. I think it generally is a spot where I just need to find the right mix of this. Because I think the tiers, for the most part, are fine. It's just trying to find, like, which order of those tiers it should be. Part of me actually wants to move to the bottom and just work on the bottom to see if I can work that out a bit better, but I don't know if I should. And these were like goats that were good, but like didn't really have like still didn't have a path to the end. So like that's kind of bad. Like they were kind of they were pretty competent players. Actually, this is a pretty good tier of that, actually, in retrospect. I think that's what chat is at this point, is fucking just putting Big Brother quotes. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with this at this point. Of like Andy, Caroline. Where's Andy on this, actually? Oh, Andy's with Lauren. I think I agree with this version more. Maybe it's because the guy's at the top of it, because that's what I do, I guess. Actually, wait, no, I never even settled the Ken Will Sims thing. Yeah, I think Ken and Will Sims probably are closer to up here. Like, I would say Ken. We're talking about Kenny, or are we talking about Ken Millennium X? I assume Kenny is who you're talking about, right? Yeah, actually, that's fair. Maybe is Ken here too? I don't know. We'll deal with that in a second. But yeah, I forgot I didn't end up putting Ken McNichol and Will Sims yet. Which, yeah, I think they're within this. Like, they were their own, like, little sub-tier. But I think they fit within those sort of people. I want to see where Ken and Will Sims are on this version. I know they're way lower. But again, I think it's a spot where I give them credit for playing optimally. Will Sims and where's Ken? Is Ken just lower? The fuck is Ken on this? Am I losing my mind? Where the fuck's Ken? Oh, he's higher. Oh, okay. Which, yeah, Ken with, like, Cassidy and Albert also feels kind of okay, right? Okay, let me see something. Where's Jason on this version? He's with Baylor. Okay. Yeah, it feels like trying to, like, connect a lot of, like, threads together. Like, it's actually, like, I don't know, it's kind of like a weird way of putting this list together. Part of me wants to undo this. Like, Kenny has win equity. I also feel like he, like, sunk his own position by the end. To where, like, I fault him for, like, how he handles the Corinne vote and, like, losing Maddie and, like, all that stuff. I think that was all really bad. Where, like, I think Kenny's elimination's worse than Andy's. Where if Andy, it's like him being sniped out by an idol. Andy starts also way worse. It's worse. I don't know if I'd say it's way worse. I think Andy's, like, meltdown makes it worse, but, like, outside of that, it's like, it's not like Ken was, like, in a great spot in the original tribe either. Like, Ken was on the bottom of Michelle, and then following that, he probably would have been on the bottom again had they gone the tribal after the Jillian vote. Like, generally, he's probably actually in the same spot as that Andy. And Andy was on a smaller tribe, or at least there's more cred to give Andy there, and the fact that there's less options. Like, with Kenny, it's like he was on a 9-person tribe and was still on the bottom. That final 3, a goat that was clearly being taken, quit. So the final 2, wait, if at final 3, a goat that was clearly being taken, quit. So the final 2, let's have the best players. I don't think I understand the question. It's like, so okay, you're saying that, like, if there's a final 3, a goat at final 3, but then they quit, are they worse than a normal goat? Okay, so you're saying, like, yeah, there's a goat at final 4 and they quit, are they worse than a normal goat? No, they're just a goat. Like, I would still assess them as a GOAT. Like, it's kind of like the Ben Driebergen of it all, where, like, I assess his winners at War Game is like, okay, he was one that was going to be a Final 3 GOAT. I don't really assess him as a Final 3 boot. Or a Final 5 boot, I mean. Like, are we... like, I mean, are we talking about, like, in the assessment of Philip or in the assessment of Ashley and Boston Rob? Because I actually feel like that's the more interesting conversation. Where Philip, it's just like, yeah, he's just a GOAT. Like, it doesn't change anything for Philip. In terms of Ashley and Boston Rob, I think that changes that. Or I think that becomes more interesting. Where, like, with Ashley in particular, like, if it was a spot where, like, Ashley was going home and then Philip quit, then... it's kind of like, to be fair, it's based around, like, the circumstances of the quit. Like, did Philip quit because he wanted Ashley to go to the end, or did he quit just naturally? Like, if he quit just naturally, then, like, that's good for Ashley. Or, wait, no, I mean, if he quit just naturally, it's bad for Ashley because that means she lucked out into getting to Final 3. If it's the other way where he quit because he wanted Ashley to get to the end, then I think that's a pro for Ashley. But, yeah. Look, I kind of just want to... Look, let's... How do I do this, actually? Thank God I'm doing this. But I kind of want to start over from today and just see... Like, now with the knowledge in mind that, okay, this is kind of the breaking point of the goats and not goats. And see if that changes part of the calculus here. Okay. So this is kind of where we started. Now, you know what? Now, I'm just going to... I think I am just going to continue on from where... it doesn't fucking matter. And I actually do just kind of, like... if we should start from the beginning again, that is true. That's something we should do. Yeah, I'm just going to continue from this. Okay, so with Ken, though, I think with Ken comes... God, I'm so broken. With Ken comes these people, I feel like. Where on this version of the list... Ken is with Albert and Cassidy. I do think Jason like slightly different. I don't know. Jason, to be fair, was meant to be a goat. Sort of like, I don't know, maybe in that world, maybe I do attach Jason and I guess there's Baylor, and then with Baylor comes Sydney, Sean, and Natalie Bolton. To where like, I don't know, like I think it's like if I do want to continue off of this Ken thing, it kind of does end up looping in a lot of other people. So I do think it becomes something like that. Actually, let's do it this way, just so... Okay, let's do this. Because I kind of need to visualize it first, I feel like. So yeah, it's like Cassidy it's like Ken and Will Sims. They're attached to Cassidy, Dan Foley, Albert, who are then attached to Jason and Baylor, who are then attached to Sydney, Sean, and Natalie Bolton. And then Sydney, Sean, Natalie Bolton have connections here. Let's see. Yeah, this is I think the thing is like I need to figure out where to put these people. Like, I think this order is not horrible, genuinely. I think Foley's like the one that I'm kind of like, is Dan Foley really there? And really, actually, is Dan Foley, like, I don't know, is Dan Foley even better than like a Baylor? I don't know if I would even say that's the case, right? Okay, let me see something here. What if I did this? Okay, so if I did Ken and Will Sims, attach the Ken is casting Albert, but not on this version, right? On this version, it's just this. So, like, actually, I guess there's an argument that Will Sims, or that, not Will Sims, that Ken, or fuck me, that Dan Foley's not there. Wait, did I? Oh, no, okay, there's, so in this world, then it's Jason, and then it's this. Which is essentially just the same thing, just minus Dan Foley. Which I think is probably fair. I don't know where I actually want to have Dan Foley by the end. Maybe like Heather. Maybe that's closer to where Dan Foley should be. Is like wherever I end up landing Heather. I want to see where Ken and Will were in comparison to the other people here. Ken was where in this? Oh, fuck me. Oh, wait, this is the wrong list. God damn it. I keep on doing that. I keep on opening the wrong list. It's this one I'm meaning to. Okay, they're right there. So they're between... Yeah, maybe that is fair. Maybe that is what I should have done. Ken and Will... I think that makes sense, right? I think that does make sense. Yeah, okay. I think that's... Okay, so I think it is right here. I think it's Ken and Will. I think they're here. Thank God Will Sims is a top 150 player of all time then. Do I want to have Will Sims in the top 150? I don't fucking know, dude. Like, I get the logic behind it, but it's also like, ugh, I don't want to. Let's see. So again, maybe they're there. I definitely apologize for top 150. Yeah, I mean, at least Dan Foley and Dan Spilo aren't in it now. That's cool, right? I should get credit for that, right? I should get credit for not putting them here. So now or is something I can do. Okay, I'm gonna be straight up. This is kind of what I'm feeling right now. Straight up, Will Sims should probably be here. However, I don't want him to be. To where I think I could instead go with this tier there. The Ken, Casty, Albert, Jason tier. Leave out Will Sims. And maybe have Will Sims more so associated with Dan Foley. Is because he's a man? Yes, clearly. But again, I generally think Pascal's different. Like, Pascal was literally about to win the game. Like, Will Sims, it's like, it's still a fucking argument. Like, I can't even say solidly that Will Sims would win a Rodney Dan Final 3. And the same thing goes to Dan as well. It's like Pascal, like, literally just wins. Like, Pascal, if, like, Vecepia doesn't win Final 4 immunity, he probably just wins the game. like, I think it's a spot with, like, Will, where, like, Will wasn't even, like, that. It's not like Will was respected by, like, Pascal was literally, like, what, the second biggest jury threat on that season? Again, Kathy loses final immunity. Like, Kathy loses final immunity to Nalia in the real life situation. What the fuck are you talking? Again, literally, Kathy loses final immunity to Nalia. Nalia is still there in that situation. Like, in this situation, Nalia wins final immunity. Nalia takes Pascal. Pascal wins. That is what fucking happens. But that's still the odds. He still has the better odds to win the game at that point. And we're not talking about potential. That's what I'm talking about. I'm putting less credence into potential in this list. I don't think I ever considered that Kathy would win final immunity. That is the case. Again, literally the entire basis around this list is that I'm not putting as much credence into potential. I'm trying to put a lot more credence into factual things that we saw. Like, really, the main reason I'm doing this version is because I'm putting less credence into potential. If I wasn't, then I would have been done 2 fucking phases ago. Yeah, is it a 50-50 that Nalia happens to be more physically gifted? I mean, debatable. But even then, it's still the fucking odds that Pascal and Nalia have the odds to win. Like, it's either way, it's Pascal playing optimally in that spot to get into an endgame situation where Nalia takes him. Like, he's able to get his duo all the way to the fucking final 3 in a spot where Kathy wanted to go to the final 3 of them. Again, this is a list that's trying to add back, not potential, but more so, like, try to balance out. It's trying to balance things out more, but it's not balancing out the potential part of it. It's more so balancing out, like, what is better between, like, being an outright GOAT and being, like, getting to the end with, like, win equity and that sort of thing. Like, I'm still not factoring in potential into this. As in, like, potential based around just, like, hey, I feel like LJ's a better player. Like, it has to be based around, like, facts that we actually see on the season. Yeah, all right. I think I'm going to go through that of the... I think I'm going to go with Ken. Like, I think instead of the Ken Will tier here, I'm going to go with the Ken... Other tier, where is it? Ken, Cassidy, Albert. This is the final list. This is the final list. That is what the final list is going to be. That is what the final list is. It is a list that is not basing around potential. That is what I've decided. I decided that a long fucking time ago at this point. Again, there's no other list at this point. This is what the list is. I don't care about potential. Again, potential is just a way for people to excuse wanting to put players higher that they like better. There's almost no actual basis to people saying that this person has potential. Yeah, so it's like, I think them here. Fuck. So I think Ken, Cassidy, Albert, Jason there. I also feel like maybe I extend that to the Baylor, Sydney, Sean, Natalie tier. I think the debate comes from the fact that, like, Okay, so yeah, I think these 4 here, I think is fine. Though I am actually no, let's move them from here. So I think Ken here, Cassidy here, Albert is here, Jason is here. Okay. Actually, is Jason really the same thing? I guess you could argue, is Jason even really the same thing? Because like with Albert and Ken and Cassie, it's like you can argue they were playing actively, or they were playing optimally. They were playing for what is their best case final 3 scenario situation, even though they don't win that. Jason's not really that. So where maybe I do move Jason. Like Jason here is with Baylor, so maybe that is something I do. I have Jason with Baylor. Which might be separate. Yeah, maybe Jason. I think the question comes from the fact that do I want to have Missy above Baylor? Because I think my gut instinct is no. But it's like practically, it's like both were goats. Both would have been like demolished at the end. It's like technically Missy probably beats Baylor in a final 2 for whatever that's worth. Like I think Baylor like played a more fluid game. But ultimately, like, most of what Baylor does is still what Missy wanted to do outside of the John vote. So yeah, I think maybe they do go below. See, I think I'm also debating if I even want to have these people this high. As in, like, these people this high. Like, these I feel okay with. Because, again, I think they were at least, like, playing optimally. These players weren't as much. So I think I'm debating if I want to move on to, like, these players next. Like, above this grouping. And then, like, maybe go with this grouping. Yeah, again, that's what this list is like. That's what I'm doing with this final version of the list, is kind of more so trying to figure out the balance here. Is because like on this version of the list, it's essentially like all the goats kind of together and then like all the big threats. This version is like the opposite of that. Like with this, I'm kind of trying to like combine them to where like it's kind of switching here and there, but just trying to find the reason for why. Cassie's not higher than Gabler. Gabler's right here. Cassie's here. Like I literally don't have Cassie higher than Gabler. And also I haven't even said that like in a very, very fucking long time. But yeah. Yeah, I think I am leaning moving this grouping down. But I don't know. Like, some of it feels weird just in the notion that, like, I feel like, again, it's one of these things where, like, it feels like Twyla's probably a better player, but she isn't. It's like, I don't know. Okay, I think we'll deal with this first. So there's 3 people I need to take out, which I think is probably what, Cassidy, Albert, and Ken. And then on this version, there is... Wait, what? How's there one less? Okay. Cool. Well, something got fucked up. Who am I? Okay, so like I'm missing a player here. Who am I missing? But then there's 3 here that I need. Oh no, 2 here that I need to delete, which I assume is probably Cassidy. Wait, no, it's like also these 3. So yeah, there's like a player missing. Is it Will? Who am I missing here? Okay, it is Will. I accidentally deleted Will. Maybe that'll be for the better if I deleted Will Sims. He was here, right? Yeah. Okay. All right, and then who is here? I'm trying to delete. It's Ken. It's Cassidy. And it's Albert, who is somewhere. He's actually hired. Cool. All right. Yeah, I don't know. At this point, maybe I do switch back to these players. I don't know. Is Scout better than like? Okay, Scout. Okay, so like I think Kenny is in this, like, with these sort of players, right? I mean, like, where's Kenny on this version? Kenny is with Caleb, Sammy, Sophie Segretti, Julie Sokolowski. That's just a random grouping. I feel like that probably just doesn't stick. Kenny here's with Lauren Harp, Deshaun, Drea, Kyle Jason, which is also a random grouping. Yeah, it's like, I think this is probably a better assessment of Kenny, is putting him with these people. So, yeah, I want to see where Andy is. Andy's with Lauren O'Connell and Ashley Nolan. I don't know if Ashley Nolan's in this. I guess you could argue Ashley Nolan was, like, kind of screwed due to the one thing. Due to Lauren getting out out. So I think that's like the argument that she could be this high. But we have these sort of players too. Okay. So okay, so I think the other debate is like, what if these players are just higher than this even? Because maybe that is the case. Maybe Philip is too high on this. Like maybe this like grouping is like in general too high. Or maybe this grouping moves down. I do put like Kenny, Andy, Caroline, like those sort of players here. I want to see on this. Like I'm pretty sure Andy and Caroline are higher than them. Dude, I keep on opening the wrong fucking version. Whatever. Yeah, like on this version, Philip and Cass are here. Oh no, Andy and Caroline are right below. But they're still above Hannah and them. So maybe that's what I do. I was like, Cass really even that good though? because that would mean that these, and like Kenny also is okay. Fuck me, is like here. Andy and Omer, I think it's pretty different. But like it's like a spot where like both have different positives and negatives. I have Omer here higher. Again, like Omer, I think had more win equity. I think Omer had more control over the game. Andy is more sniped out of the game, and probably had a cleaner path to the end if he wasn't sniped out of the game. But also, again, struggles more at the end, and didn't have as much control. So it's like I don't know. I think they're just different. I think Omer's more of a like a Drew Basile type than an Andy type. Maybe I do just go with this. Of all these, I mean, like Ashley Underwood's is just also kind of different. But again, I also have her of Caroline here. Jen is lower. Lauren O'Connell's also lower. Okay. Penner above Kimmy. Yeah, is that a thing I did? I generally don't remember. Where's Kimmy in general? I don't even know where Kimmy is. Oh, she's up there. Oh yeah, guess one spot. Yep. Good for Penner, I guess. Well, factor in returning players would essentially be a game ranking. Not 100%, but it would lean like this is a game ranking. This one. This is again trying to find a balance between that and like a bit more credit to like I don't know, like players that did better early on, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, the version that we did last time is essentially a game ranking outside of the returning players. Most problematic woman. I don't know, who is it? Maybe yeah, Alicia Rosa, maybe? I don't know. I mean, most of the problematic people are men, right? Do I have Lauren? Okay, like Lauren versus Hannah Shapiro. I guess Lauren had more of a winning scenario, right? So maybe I do go with it. And she was playing for that scenario. I guess to be fair, she fucked up things along the way before that. Oh, I forgot about Anna Kate. Yeah, Anna Kate, actually. Yeah. Anna Kate's probably just the answer, right? Yeah. All right. I think I'm going to do this. I think I am going to move these players here. Let's see. Ashley Underwood versus Phillip, though, I think is kind of interesting. I think I'm leaning like Ashley Underwood versus Phillip. It's like I feel like Ashley Underwood's better, right? I mean, I guess Phillip has 2 appearances, and like I guess give him credit for like kind of running Caramon to a degree when he's there. But like if we're talking about just their first appearances, like Ashley is way better than Philip there. It's like I don't know if his second run's good enough. So like I feel like, yeah, Ashley's probably closer to like these sort of people. It's like maybe it is like. Do I want to go with all these people above, though? I think that's kind of a bit weird, though, to do that. Like, I think I would lean... And maybe I do go Caroline. So, like, on this version... Actually, wait, where's Ken on this again? Ken's like way lower, right? On this version. Yeah, he's like, yeah, I think that's just an inaccurate assessment of Ken. But, I think if I add Ken to this tier, at what point did Ashley begin to target Rob? I believe the thing about her is that her intention was always to like cut him in the end game. She's never had the opportunity. If I were to guess, I would say like 5 is the point that she wanted to, but she knew he had an idol. So she couldn't until 4, and then he wins immunity. And like to be fair, even at 4, she wouldn't have succeeded anyway. But still, like it's more so about like like with Ashley, it's like it's more so about like giving her credit for like at least intentionally like trying to drag Rob and then cut him at the end. It's like at least that was like at least that was the plan. Mitch, generally maybe that is something to consider. Ashley versus Mitch. Well, I think it's different because like Mitch wasn't in the majority group the entire season. And like even then, even within that, it's like Mitch was just so clearly like at the bottom, where like Ashley wasn't as much like clearly on the bottom. Like she ends up being on the bottom by the end because like Rob realizes that she's a threat and needs to take her out. But like it's not like a spot where like she's on the bottom the entire fucking time. Hey, you know she's going home. Did she not before? Actually, I guess to be fair, there was talks about her thinking that she could stay over Barrett, right? But still. So I think Kenny... Okay. I think I just go below. I think that's just a simpler way of doing this. I think it's just to do Kenny... Like, go below and then do this tier. Here. I'd love to see Chuck Blindside. Because I could pretty easily argue Lauren is better than Hannah Shapiro. Like, I think Hannah, yeah, they both play optimally. Like, obviously Lauren has a more turbulent game, but at least she could win, or at least theoretically win, where like Hannah can't win really at all. Like she would need a final 2 with Ken. Like both were playing for their optimal final 3s by the end. Like I just don't know if Will would have won or not. I just don't know if I'm giving, like, I'll be willing to give him the credits for that. I think maybe I do land him, like, here. But yeah, I don't know. We'll talk about it after we get this done. I think I will go with this tier here. Say it's what? It's Kenny. Actually, I should probably talk about the order. Is this an order I feel okay with? Andy and Caroline. Actually, I guess there's an argument that Andy's higher. Like, I think Andy and Caroline, you could argue, is higher than Kenny. Because, like, Kenny naturally gets voted out of the game. Like, Andy gets sniped out by an idol. Caroline gets taken out in the plurality. Yeah, Will's technically a Gen Z. Yeah, who are we talking about? Yeah, Sunday probably wins. No, Hannah? Yeah, it's like, I think best case for Hannah would be Ken Will. And, like, maybe she could beat Will, but even then I'm not, like, fully sold. But it's, like, it's at least, like, more possible. Like, I'm thinking Andy and Caroline as a tier of their own. And then we go Kenny, Ashley, Jen, and Lauren. So yeah, I think that's... do I just land Will Sims here? Like, I can, obviously. Like, he was with Ken in them before. I don't know if I want to. I'm trying to remember where, like, who else was with the Will tier from before, which I don't agree with this, but, like, I mean, this is such a random grouping, really. Him with Spilo, though. You can and you will, sure. Will's better than Hannah. I don't think I agree with that. Like, I think it's a spot where, like, between Will and Hannah, Will probably is more likely to win the game. And actually, I guess to be fair to Will, his game is very much affected by the immunity run of it all, right? So yeah, okay, yeah. Generally, that I think that's a fair thing to say. And like, I think the thing about Will is I think like people perceive Will as a much worse player just because of the Shireen sort of situation. When like the reality is that like most of the cast actually like loved him, or I should say loved. Like obviously like the no callers were like annoyed at him and whatever by the end, but like still like he was loved by his side. Yeah, people didn't necessarily respect his game, but I do think a good chunk of people would have like voted for him over like Rodney and Dan at least. I had him with Ken, right? Before. Dude, okay, wait, I just fucking did it again. I keep on opening the wrong list. What the fuck? Yeah, okay, it's this one. Yeah, I had him with Ken, which was below Hannah. Above Ashley, though, which I probably won't do that here. Um, but I had him above Albert and Cassidy. Okay, I think practically he is actually in this tier. Like, I think he is probably more of a Hannah Shapiro, Eva, Holly than he is a Ken, Cassidy, Albert. And like, he's technically one that like maybe could have won. Yeah, fuck it. I'll fucking do it. Yeah, I'll do it. I think it does make sense to do this. Especially because like it's not like Will Sims is like a Dan Foley. Or like again, even though Dan Foley like could maybe win and stuff, like he's still like an abrasive figure. He's still one that like a lot of people hated. Like that's not really even the case with Will. It's like yeah, it's like again, it's people criticize Will for being like too much of like a floater or whatever. Like he doesn't do enough, but like I think some of that's not even like accurate really. Yeah, I think ultimately he is actually probably more similar to Lauren. Which obviously that's a comparison that people love to make is Lauren O'Connell and Will Sims. Yeah, I think I'm doing that. Talking about Will Wall? No, we're talking about Will Sims. Will Wall's not even on here for a while, I don't think. Where is he? Yeah, generally don't even know where he is anymore. Okay, let's see. So, okay, so that list is fine. Okay, so we need to delete. Actually, do I want to fully move down yet? I don't think I do. I think the list is fine up to here. I think this is a point that I'm still looking at for some modifications. Let's see. I guess I'll move these people here. Who's gone again from this? So Caroline's gone. Ashley is gone. How many more people? 5, right? 5. Jen is gone. Actually, with Jen, what about this tier? Where's Brett on this version? Oh, he's with Roger and Tawana. So maybe that is fair. But where should they be though? Like the screwed over players like that, or like people that would have been a good spot had they come into the merge with numbers. Like where's that breaking point? We'll just continue with what we got for now. Jen, and then how many more people? 4 more people. Andy, Lauren O'Connell. Wait, fuck me. 2 more people. Who am I missing? Oh, it's Will. I think Will is one of them, right? Like Will Sims. And then who is the other one? It is Ken. There he is. Okay. And this list also needs 6 people gone. Let's see, that's Caroline and Ashley. And then it is Jen. And then Andy and whatever. Then one more who's probably Kenny. Who is here? Okay. Was Vince popular with the cash? We're talking about Vince, oh my god, Panero. I would lean no. I don't know, actually. Generally, like, how was he viewed by the casuals? What was the highest level newbie cast? I think my gut instinct's like 47 or something, but I don't know what the actual answer is. And like obviously, like this list is gonna be affected by like people that come back, so like that's gonna change a lot of things. But yeah, like yeah, HHH is decent. You got a lot of like pretty good like mid game boots, which kind of helps with it. Okay, so I need 6 people here. Caroline, Andy, Kenny, Jen is gone. There's still one person. Who's left? Oh, it's probably Will Sims. Yeah, there he is. Okay. So that's the cleanup for that. Okay, so like looking at the tiers here, so like Scout is still someone that's kind of in the middle of nowhere. Dan Foley's kind of in the middle of nowhere. Next tier here is Sabrina, Chelsea, Dan, Monica, Dan Spilo, Monica Culpepper. On this list, we have Shan, who's kind of just in the middle of nowhere. But then we have Jason, who was with these people. So I think that could make sense. Like I believe the next grouping is something like Jason plus these people. Would be what naturally makes sense, and it's just a matter, are they above or below this tier? I do want to see other connections potentially between the individual people here. So we have Jason and Baylor there, so I want to look up Sydney, Sean, and Natalie in this. Sydney's here. Oh, Sydney and Sean are here with Trish, Liz, and Aaron Lobdell. Which is an interesting combination. And then who's the other one? Natalie Bolton, who is with Sundra and Heidi, which is kind of random. On this list, Aaron's with PG, Fabio, Bobby, John, Sheehan, which is very random. Liz is with who? Liz. Where the fuck is Liz? Gianli couldn't tell you where Liz is here. Oh, there. With Trish. Okay. That kind of still tracks. With Trish, Owen Knight, and Alicia Rosa. That's kind of a random grouping. Dan Foley's better than Jason. I think the problem I have is that Dan Foley is Dan Foley. Like, Dan Foley is still, like, the socially unaware guy that people don't like. like he's still someone that is actually like combative, and again, like people don't like Dan Foley. It's like, again, would he have won a jury vote? Maybe. Did people on that cast, like he bound to some people on that cast? Yeah, but it's still a spot where like the no callers hated him. I still think like that is something I'm taking into account here, is like that aspect of it. Wait, what was the other thing? It was actually, where's Sundra and Heidi? On this list, I think Sundra's probably fairly low, if I were to guess. Okay, she's in this like really random grouping. And Heidi was with someone else, right? Who was Heidi with? Oh, it's with, okay, that's also a random grouping. I guess the thing is like Sundra versus Natalie Bolton. It's like, is there that big of a difference? Or actually, if anything, it's actually making me feel like maybe Natalie Bolton shouldn't be here. Like, I think Jason, Baylor, Sydney makes a lot of sense. I think Sean also there, right? Maybe Trish is closer to here. Maybe it's like Trish. Maybe it's like these players, actually. The Aaron, Liz, Trish are in this category. Because they're with Sean and Sydney there anyway. Maybe it's like something like that, and then we'll deal with this later, I feel like. Because, yeah, these are like goats that were, because like at least, okay, let me think this through. It's like Jason was going to be a goat, but then Brett's Muty run stopped it. Baylor was gonna be a goat, but then like Natalie's idol play and whatever, like it became like a situation where that like slightly benefited her. Sydney, Sydney's just kind of different. Like Sydney was just on the bottom of the majority group the entire time, so that's kind of worse. Generally, maybe Dan Foley is with this tier, which is kind of insane to think about. It is a spot where, like, from a game perspective, Dan Foley is here. Like, Dan Foley, I think, is kind of Jason Baylor coded. Especially, like, Baylor in the sense that he was, like, idled out of the game. Again, I think the problem is just the fact that I just don't view him as a good player. Dan Foley was with Judd and Shane here. Which I do think on paper makes sense. It's like, obviously it's different since that Dan was meant to make the finals. Judd and Shane them weren't. But I think they were all like kind of playing optimally. All were like combative personalities. All didn't actually make it to the end. Like I can see what I was going for with that list, at least. And Baylor was disliked, but I think it's different. Like, I think the way that Dan was disliked is different than Baylor's. Where, like, Dan actually gets into arguments with people. And, like, picks fights with people and that sort of thing. I think that's different than like Baylor, who just comes off as annoying. And a lot of that just came from like her age and that sort of thing. Like people were like more so annoyed that she was like there for mom and Missy was like protecting her and all that sort of stuff. Or like Dan is like actually like his personality just pisses off people. That's right. I feel like that's different. Um, mm, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. Fucking Dan Foley. Am I going Missy above Baylor? Dan was adopted. That is true. That does give him some grace. Because I think this feels fine outside of the fact that my gut says Baylor above Missy. But like outside of that, this probably is like a fine like placement for a lot of those people. Like at least Jason and Baylor. Like Jason and Baylor being together, I think makes sense. As they were meant to be goats, but then like something like some like niche situation happened that like caused them to not be. These are more so players that were just like on the bottom of their alliance, like Sydney and Sean in particular. I think were like on the bottom of their alliances, though did have some pretty good play at points. And then Aaron, Liz, Trish. Maybe that's just different, actually. I actually think there's an argument Aaron's better than... Yeah, I guess I do have Aaron, Liz. I guess this is the order on this version. Which I don't think is too crazy, actually. Yeah, maybe I do go with this version of it. I actually feel like that does make sense. Go with Aaron there. Go with Liz. See, okay, I don't feel like Liz is better than Ben and Teeny, though. Okay, we'll deal with that in a second. I think I'll lock this into place, and then we'll maybe move this move this down. I think Liz plays pretty well for the most part. It's like she's in the majority group for most of the season. Like the only time she's on the outs is during the Hunter vote. Like outside that, she's a pretty big swing vote for a lot of the season. Obviously she can't win at the end, but it's like none of these people can. If anything, I think Liz is in a better position than like Sydney and Sean for a lot of their seasons. All right, and then Trish here. Okay. So, do I bother? Let's see. Yeah, again, Liz is worse. That's what I'm saying. Like, I need to move these people up. Like, Ben and Teeny are better than Liz. So, like, I think these people are higher. Like, maybe I put them in, like, around here? I don't know. But here, I'm just, like, following the Jason track, essentially. That Jason is here. So, like, I think he feels like he's the next below the grouping we went before. And then connected to Jason was Baylor, who was then connected to these people. But yeah, I think Ben, Teeny, Taj, Deshaun probably go higher then. Yeah, I think I'll clean this up real quick. Actually, wait, I'll get rid of this. That doesn't really do much. So I need at least 7 people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, it's just these. This one's Jason. 3 there. 1 there. Where are the other people? Who else was it? Liz and Trish, I think, right? There they are. Okay. Wait, was that all of them, or was that... No, fuck, I still need to do this one. Alright, who's from this one? This tier is gone. Aaron's gone. Jason is gone. Who else is it? It's the same people again, right? Oh, losing my mind. There they are. Okay, they're in the same spot. Okay. Yeah, I'm still debating where Foley goes. So I feel like this, like okay, where's Ben and Teeny on this version? On this version, Ben and Teeny are here with Spilo, Katie, Julia Rosenberg, Angelina. That's kind of just a random grouping. All right, let me see something here. So, okay. So I feel like this tier, like wherever Ben and Teeny go, they're definitely above Liz. I feel like they're probably here. Like probably here. The question is, at that point, are these players also higher? Because these players are higher than this. Mick, I think Mick is someone I'm willing to put below Jason. Because Mick was like pretty fortunate to, because like Mick would have been taken out over Jason if it wasn't for immunity wins. Jose or Jason? I think I actually, do I? Who do I have higher? No, I have Jason higher than Jose. But yeah, I think like Jose like had a few allies, obviously, but like Jason would have. Oh, you mean who I like more? I like Jason more than Jose. Like also even that. Okay, what do I want to do with the Sean? Maybe this grouping is actually not the worst thing in the world to do around here. I mean, Angelina, I feel like Angelina and Charlie feels kind of just random. But I feel like this 5, though, feels better. Where's Taj on this version? Taj is with Monica, Sabrina. Okay. Again, MC is screwed for being in that situation to begin with. Like, it's like, yeah, she fucks it up for herself by the end, but she shouldn't have been in that position to fuck it up for herself to begin with. It's like, had it been a normal round of the game, MC wouldn't be in that situation at all. Like, the only reason she's in that situation at all is because Jawan's being a target or whatever, and like, that wouldn't be the case had like them not be part of the split tribal or anything. Yeah, but Jason was also in a less like Jason was just kind of there. Like MC was running the game, and then gets sniped out of the game. Like Jason doesn't really have like the high to be kicked out of. Where's Deshaun on this? Deshaun's okay. Actually, I remember where Deshaun is. Yeah, I think this tier feels more appropriate. Do I want Spilo this high? Let me see. Where's Spilo on this version? Do I keep on doing that? I keep on going to the fucking wrong one. Spilo is at 157. So this is dropping him a little bit. But ideally, it would be more. Where's Spilo in this version? $263. Okay. Again, it's like I think there's just less spot for Jason to be screwed out of. Like you could say Jason was more unlucky than MC, but I would say MC is still more screwed. Let's see. I just don't know if I want to have Spilo this high, but no. The funny thing though is that like either path kind of leads to Spilo being this high, unless I do go with like maybe these players, because like at this point it's like actually I could go this path of just Ben, Teeny, Taj, Deshaun being around here, which gut instinct that feels too high for Deshaun. I'm pretty sure Deshaun is yeah, in this version, he's just in this massive block of people that ran like the early merge. I'm not really sure that's where I would assess Deshaun now. Is Ben Katzman the most loyal player of the new era? I don't know. Maybe. I'll say maybe like Sue or something. But I don't know. I haven't moved Sam since last time, so. Where was Sam last time? Yeah. Sophie B, Camilla, Genevieve, yeah. Let's see. Do I think Deshaun's that good? Like, I can see Ben, Teeny, Taj. Even though, actually, maybe not. Maybe not Taj. Maybe just Ben and Teeny. But then if I move just Ben, Teeny, then, like, why aren't I moving these people? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, Taj was cut by her own allies. So, like, I feel like that's worse. Where, like, Ben and Teeny weren't. I am looking at, like, maybe these 5. Like, if I put them there. Okay, wait. Maybe they're there. Actually, should Sabrina, Chelsea, Monica possibly be there? No, why are they that? Why would they be that high, actually? No, I think they're also here, right? Like, Spilo is there to begin with. So I'm thinking maybe Chelsea, Sabrina, Spilo, and then we transition over to these people. So yeah, I think it's like something like this. Is Julie this high though? I think that's kind of also a thing. Because like it's not like Julie had pretty sloppy navigation through the game. She only kind of gets dragged to the end because she is such a big goat. So I think that's kind of an issue. But she was playing optimally, I guess. Like she was going for her best case scenario. I think I'm leaning towards Julie not being in this. Where's Julie? Yeah, I guess Teeny at. Yeah, I guess it's not that dissimilar from Teeny. Where's Julie in this version, though? Also a Teeny. So it's like, I don't know. Maybe that just is the case. Where's Julie in this one? Julie's not there in this one, though, interestingly. I also have Julie lower. Yeah, Julie's with Heather in that version. Maybe I think I do just go through with it. I do think, so I think we're at the spot now where there could be some better balancing as we go along. I would not say that these positions are like locked in, just because I feel like as we go along, I might decide to like move some of these tiers higher. But like I would say up to here, it's pretty locked in though. Yeah, let's see. So fuck? How do I do this? Let's go from like here. Okay, so that did work. Okay. So yeah, we'll go Sabrina, Chelsea. What do I want to do with Monica Culpepper, actually? Monica Culpepper's there with Spilo. I guess Monica also is probably up here. I don't know. Like, I would say maybe closer to the Ben level for Monica. Like, I think Monica's runner-up game, at least, is like a pretty... Okay, let me actually look up my runner-up ranking. Where did I have Monica in that? I feel like she's like kind of middle of the road, if I remember. But I'm not 100%. Where did I have Monica? I had her... Yeah, there. So above Ben, actually. So that's kind of interesting. Where did I have Katie on that? I had Katie higher, right? Yeah, I had Katie higher than... Okay. Yeah, so I think maybe that is fair to have Monica here. Yeah, so I think that's what I'm looking at. Spilo. I think I'll have here Katie. There, Monica. I think Monica will have closer to these. Then what? We got Ben. Teeny there. And then Julie. Thing is, Julie, like, so Owen. Where's Owen on this? Is Julie really that much better than Owen? Okay, let's... I think I'll delete Angelina and Charlie from there for now. Okay, let's see. So there's 8 extra people, which I'm pretty sure is just this, right? Yeah, okay. So yeah, let's try to clean this up a bit. So we got 4 people there. We got... That's gone. And then... Still one other person. Who's the other person? Julie. Yeah, which Julie is with Owen on this list. So do I also have Owen here? Or is that too high? That feels too high, but maybe it's not. I mean, like, yeah, I had Owen at 176 on this version. Which I guess actually that is higher on this, but not by that much. Where's Owen on this version? 281. So that's a pretty big drop off, actually. That's... Yeah, it's about 100 player difference. And I guess to be fair, Owen was in the majority group for the early game. Julie was. So yeah. Okay, I already forgot. Well, who were the people? Oh wait, wrong column. That's why. Oh wait, Julie. That's who I'm deleting. And then yeah, I need 8 people from this one, right? So you got people that were lower on this one. Got this tier. You have none of those. Yeah, are you just like way lower on this? I think they are, right? Yeah, Spila. Yeah, they're all like here. And same thing here. And then not there, not there. These players. Fuck, there's still one more person. Who's the other person? Who the fuck is this other person? Not Meg, not Xander. Where's Leanne actually? We haven't gotten through Leanne yet, right? Yeah. Who's the person I'm missing? I'm missing one person. Wait. Is it Julie? No, I did Julie already, right? Or maybe not. No, she's lower on this one, isn't she? Yeah, okay, there it is. Yeah, she's lower on this one. Best first boot. Who did I have at number 1 again? I had Fair Play, right? When I did it. Or we're talking about like on this list, like who's going to be best first boot? I think it's Jessica DeBen. If we're talking about like non-returnees. I'm not 100%. Wait, 13 people? I really, or 15 people? I really haven't. Okay. Okay, Baylor's gone. Sydney is gone. Sean is gone. Monica's now gone. Mick is not gone. Aaron is gone. Yeah, those people are gone. Taj is not gone. Still 7 people. So T and Ben. Dan Spilo is gone. Katie is gone. There's still 3 people I'm meant to delete. Who are these 3 people? Dude, where the fuck are these people? Okay, not Mick, not Brett, not those, not those, not those, not those. Dude, this is such a waste of time. Like, I don't know why I'm even doing this, but whatever. There it is. Julie's one of them. So there's still 2 more. Trish is one of them. And then... who the fuck is this last person? It's probably Julie, right? I think about it. Maybe. I don't know, is it? Let's see. Oh, is it not? Did I already delete Julie? Who the fuck am I missing then? Oh, wait, Liz. I saw it. Yeah, there it is. Okay, Liz. There we go. Cool. That was well worth the time. Fuck me, dude. It's only 3 a.m. I'll be honest, I'm really fucking tired already. But I'll still try to get some more done. What did we start off at? 144? So we've gotten through 34 people. Which that's kind of yeah, it feels really late. I'll still try to go a little bit more, though. I would like to at least get, like, I don't know, like, get to, like, number 200 or something here. I am leaning towards streaming earlier tomorrow. And by early, I mean, like, the same time I would normally stream on a normal day, but, like, earlier for an extra stream. To where, yeah, maybe we can, like, chug away at this for, like, 4 to 5 hours tomorrow. Like, tomorrow night. I would have streamed during the day, but I do have something I have to do at, like, 4. I think earlier now, like, maybe 3. So I'm like, I'm just not gonna bother streaming. Let's see, what am I doing with Dan Foley? Where's Dan Foley in the average? Yeah, he's with Heather, which I think that kind of makes sense to a degree. I guess it's like, it's a spot where, like, Dan Foley is playing more optimally. But, like, also it is Dan Foley. Let's see. In terms of the average, Mick is the highest at this point. Who's Mick with in this version of the list? He's with Xander and Sebastian. Which feels a little random. Yeah, am I missing someone that should be here? Yeah, that does boost Mick, for sure. Like, Brett is there. Which, like, that would be, like, Brett, Teresa, Greg. Shan's just on her own. Who's Shan with on this version? Because I think that's probably where I'll ultimately have Shan. Fuck is she? Okay, maybe she's, like, really low. Did I pass her? I probably did. There she is with Danny, Davey, Lauren Harp, Sunday. That's kind of random, but maybe. Let's see. I mean, even here, though, Mick is third highest. Like, where's Scout on this version? With Woo? I don't know. Is that founded? I guess, like, Scout with Cassandra actually, like, maybe makes a little bit more sense. Okay, stable out. And then, yeah, Foley is all the way with, like... Well, I guess in this version he's with Judd and them, right? Yeah, I don't know where to go next. And, like, where to put them, I think is an issue. Do I just close the gap and just move on? Instead of, like, constantly, like, being like, okay, well, what if These people should be higher. Let's just close the gap for now and see how it feels. Spiel's at 166. That feels a little high. But I guess, like, again, to be fair with Spilo, it's like outside of the obvious, it's like he was kind of a consistent, like, player. I don't feel like Foley is better than Spilo. Again, like, Foley has a better game in the sense that he, like, maybe could win. Spilo can't. But I think practically, I would have way more faith in Spilo than Foley. Like, I don't think Spilo has as many, like, social blunders as Foley does. But obviously it is a spot where, like, Foley can't win. So, like, I don't know. Like, Natalie is likely below these people. I actually, dude, I don't know. I should probably do that off stream. Off stream, I kind of want to test out an idea. I have an idea of, I just want to see what the list looks like if all I do is switch between lists, like left and right. Wait, what happened here? Oh wait, that's okay. That's why it's in this. Okay, there. I thought I like accidentally deleted the top half of the list. But I kind of want to. Yeah, I want to like analyze, like make a list using like just trying to make like I don't know, like just moving between lists and just see what it looks like. I kind of just want to visualize that. I feel like that would help a lot with piecing together the final list here. To where that way it's like it's able to visualize like who is close to who if we do mix both lists. I think that's kind of just like a weird spot that we're currently in where it's like we've done part of that but not fully. So like there's like certain gaps that feel like probably should be filled, but I just don't know where those gaps are anymore. Is Rodney the Rizzo, Dan the Jonathan, Will the Joe? I have no fun. I just don't know. I think it's the issue. I would say Rodney the Rizzo is probably fair, and then I would say who is the Jonathan, who is the Joe between Dan and Will. I'm just not sure. But yeah, I think my instinct is to go with these players, but I don't know. Or I don't know, maybe I go Natalie Bolton. Like, is it 200? It's not looking great, if I'm being honest. Problem is also I'm just really fucking tired. What is this? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know this is a thing. Which is very cringe. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Like, generally, I'm just in a spot where like I'm too tired, like to really think it through. Is more so the issue at this point. Do you have any info if Lyric is pregnant? Is very well. We don't, but that probably means it's true then. Yeah, I did see that Savannah wants to do Big Brother, or like said she's willing to do Big Brother. Again, I'm gonna have daily streams until it's done, like however many it takes until it's done. Like, I'm at 178 out of 751, so it's like it's not close. Again, watch the TikTok that was posted. Yeah, I feel like Shan is definitely lower. This is a group that I just don't know really what to do with at this point. Foley. So if I did do Brett, Tijuana, Greg, where are they in this? So like we got Roger, Brett, Tijuana there. And then we have... Where's Greg? Oh, Greg's just fucking on his own. Cool. Then Greg's just kind of different than them. Though in a way, Greg, I think you could also argue is like maybe even better than these. I don't know. Brett and Roger. Again, I talked about this earlier. Like I don't agree because I think it's way more speculative with Roger. Like in the comparison between Brett and Roger, it's like Brett tangibly had that winning scenario right in front of him. Roger, it's like he in this real life situation that played out, he still didn't actually have a path to the end. And then in the situation where we're saying he would, it's a spot where like it's still speculative because like it's literally at the merge, and like if Scoopin doesn't get Matt back, it's like it's not even a guarantee they come to the merge with numbers. It's like I just don't think it's the same. Though I am considering putting him here though. Or even like earlier. I don't know. Again, I wish I could just create that list right now. Kind of get a better view of this. It's like part of me also feels that. Let me see. Where's Brett and them on this list? On this list is the one I'm looking at. Okay, so Brett is below Natalie Bolton, Sydney, and them, but above Lisa and Gabler. Okay. I think probably the middle ground is this then. That's where we put Roger and Brett in them, I think. Generally, I'm considering just ending now. I think I'm too tired to properly do this at this point. I think I'm better off cutting my losses, making that list like I said I was going to, see how that turns out for tomorrow, and then tomorrow start fresh and go like 5 hours. Like at this point, it's just like I feel like I'm not making any progress, and I don't feel like I can. I still want to be able to visualize it though. Because I think it makes it easier to kind of see who's connected to who. Like with Tijuana, where's Tijuana on this? She's with Brett. Okay, she's with Brett and Roger. Again, it helps with the notion of like knowing who is connected, because like here I keep on having to fucking like scroll down and be like, okay, this is who's with who, this is who's with this, and it's like it makes it easier in terms of that. T-Bird is with Jim. See, I am feeling like this, like I don't know how far this goes, but like maybe these players could go here. I'm trying to remember, where was Natalie Bolton again on the original thing? Natalie Bolton was where Sean is, where Sean and Sydney is. Okay, so maybe that's a bit lower then. Because like I feel like this means that these players are above Natalie Bolton on this version. He's like, Natalie, I think, is someone I'm assessing lower than what she was ranked here. But the next in line were these players. And like obviously these are above Natalie Bolton anyway. Where's Kelly Remington in the grand scheme of things? She's just lower, right? Yeah, she's down there. Alright, let me just see how this turns out if I do that. So yeah, do I want to put him at the bottom or do I want to put him here? Is there like a major difference to point out with these people? Like, I feel like Roger and them I could put here. Or even like, I guess like debatably even higher. Like where was Roger in this version? I'm trying to remember. Like, was he lower? I generally don't remember. Okay. Is Pascal? Oh no, he was lower. Wait, no, he was lower than Andy. No, he was above. Okay, wait, he was above Ken, but below the Andy tier. So that would be like here, right? Oh wait, this is also a mess. need to find a better way of keeping these names around. Well, I think those people... Like, I had them there. Maybe I will just put them here, though. Like, I think Roger, Brett, Tijuana there. And then maybe... Let me think this. So, like, these are players that, like, came in merged down numbers, but were still able to make it fairly deep, which I think is the thing giving them a bit of more credit for. These are players that came in to merge with numbers and get taken out pretty early on after that. These are players that weren't as, like, screwed because, like, they lost people along the way. These are people that were screwed but weren't necessarily going to win. And these were betas and submissives. I think Roger... I think makes more sense up there with, like, above Hannah. Let me see. Wait, I just want to check. So, like, Roger's where on this, and where's Hannah? Roger's there. I guess Hannah's higher, isn't she? Or is she not? Where's Hannah? No, Hannah is higher. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Hannah's higher. Okay, Hannah is higher. So maybe it is still below Hannah. I think it's below a lot of them. I don't know. Fuck. Okay, I'm clicking all the wrong things. Do I just go at the bottom? I don't think I do. It doesn't feel right to do it. Yeah, on the most recent list, they were at the bottom. But that's the point of making this version of the list, is to, like, not keep it like that. I'm thinking this. I'm thinking these players here. And then these players still at the bottom. Maybe. Or maybe there's a different spot to put them. You know, okay, I think... I think the way I'm feeling, I think it's Roger... I feel like it's Roger, Brett, Tijuana here. Then we go another few tiers. I'm not sure where it lands. Maybe it is just at the bottom for the rest. But, like, I feel like these players, like, still being able to make it, like, deep into the merge, even after being screwed, or like pagonged, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I think puts like he's like it's like these players were all like. I mean, I guess actually these players had a shot at winning. Maybe. I guess they weren't playing optimally, but maybe I put them here. Because like once we get to this point, they're drawing dead, right? Like well, okay, with these four, I should say. These four are drawing dead. It's like maybe Roger, Brett, Tawana above those. But to be fair, it's not like these players were like anywhere close to their actual winning scenarios. Yeah, I'm thinking this still. Who was it? It was Roger, Brett, and Tawana. But yeah, these players, it becomes a bit tougher. Like, I think these feel like for sure below. And maybe these below too. So Mike Cheeselson, I definitely had higher at a point. Actually, I still need to figure out what I'm doing fully. Let's see. Do I just go with that? Who else? So, like, who do we go through? We went through Roger, Brett, and Tawana. Brett and Tawana. Oh, no, Brett's not. Okay, Brett's with T-Bird. Where's Tawana? Tawana was up here. Mike, Chelsea, and Kelly Remington, which is kind of random. And then, who is the other person? Roger. Roger is with Adam, Rick. Again, these are just kind of random people. Part of me also kind of wants to move him up to here. I think I just leave it. Again, I just need to be doing that more. I was just like saying fuck it, stop thinking about this shift too much, and then just move on. I think I will just go with this then. Maybe. I don't know. Okay, I feel like this part of the list here is fine. Maybe, actually. I guess, like, maybe it could be higher. Elizabeth. Let's go. I don't know, what do I want to do with Mike Cheezel? Again, like, these are players that were likely winners had things gone their way. These are players that don't necessarily win even if things go their way. So, like, this I feel like is for sure here. This I'm kind of feeling like maybe they can get a little bit of a boost. Let's see. Let's move that down. That down. Okay, wait. Let me see where Brandon is on this version. Brandon's here. That is below Sabrina and Chelsea and them. So that would be closer to like here, I think. Unless Jason. Oh, maybe they are just at the bottom. Oh. Maybe 8 above Jason, below the people that actually made it to the end. Yeah. I think that's what I was saying before, right? Yeah, right above the, yeah. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. Because, like, on the other list, they were below this. I think they were technically also below this, but, like, these were, like, separate. And also, it's like, yeah, these people didn't even make it to the end. I'm just double checking, seeing if there's anything I feel like goes against anything. Nothing too crazy. So yeah, I think this structure feels better to me. Is this? You know, I'm not even gonna move these things here. I'll do that off stream. I think it, yeah. I think I'll try to do a couple more people here. I want to at least cross the 200 number now that we're close. Like, we might as well at least try for that. Okay, I need to figure out what I'm doing with Scout and Dan Foley. I think is still a thing that's sticking out to me. All right, actually, I need to clean this up though. Also, he's like, yeah, it's gonna be tough to actually like gauge things if I don't. So I need to delete, what is that, 17 people? Which, yeah, it is people on the lower end of this list, right? Yeah, because it's these, right? Yeah, it's all these. So yeah, it's still 17 on this. So it's like what? Tawana, Mike Cheezel were part of it, right? These, wait, no, it was Greg. Greg wasn't part of it, right? It's just T-Bird and, yeah, it's just T-Bird and Brett. None of those people. Ashley Nolan's not part of it. None of those people. It's Roger and Adam. I don't think it's a lot of those people, right? Which, I don't know, maybe these people should be in the conversation. And then we have these players. Also verifying that Matt Bischoff is right there. Still 5 people? Who the fuck are the other 5 people? Oh, Jim Rice is one of them. And then... who the fuck else? Oh, these. Wait. Elizabeth and Colleen. Still 2 more. Who are the other 2? Oh, Charlie is one of them. I guess with that, maybe Angelina should be soon too. And then one more, which is somebody that I legitimately don't know. Steve Wright is the other one. Oh, fuck me. So Steve Wright was with these players, which is interesting. All right, let me see what that changes on the aggregate also. So it's 17 people. So it takes out Tijuana, takes out T-Bird, Mike Cheezel, Adam, takes out Roger, takes out... none of those people. Oh, no, Jake. Takes out Jake. Takes out Ken. Still 6 more people. 1. 2. No. Dude, where the fuck else are these people? 3, 4. Who is this last person? Oh, that is it. Fuck me, dude. Okay, cool. Alright. So there's that. I'm so brain dead. Like, I'm legitimately so brain dead. Let's see. So yeah, Mick is there. Brett. Wait, no, Brett Closer I didn't I? Oh no, that wasn't everybody. Fuck me, dude. Okay. Yeah, I'm just being dumb. Yeah, that shows how fucking tired I am. So I'm still missing one person. Who am I missing? Dude, who the fuck is it? I literally feel like I'm losing my mind, dude. Who the fuck is this last person? I've had to have passed that person by now, right? This doesn't fucking matter. Okay, yeah, whatever. I'll fix it off stream. Okay, again, like where the fuck am I at this point? Scout, Dan Foley, Shan is still there. Greg was meant to be in this range, right? Maybe I do go Natalie Bolton? Then I feel like... Scout's Bread and Ashley? Which Ashley Underwood are we talking about? I think my gut instinct is that Scout's worse than Twyla. Like, where's Scout on this again? Scout is... with the Wu and Cassandra, which that's not really that apt of a comparison. Yeah, Scout's interesting. I think the problem I have with Scout is something that isn't really, like, isn't really too tangible, right? It's like more so just the general notion that, how is she getting to the end? But I guess, like, to be fair, it's like Ashley also is that, but then we see Ashley at least come closer in the final immunity challenge, for whatever that's worth. Yeah, maybe Scout. So, like, where are the goats that couldn't even make it to the end? That's this, right? So, yeah, maybe Scout is above that because she's she's essentially a goat that couldn't make it to the end, but one that did have a winning scenario, right? So, like, I feel like she at bare minimum is here. Like, at bare minimum, she's the best of these, just because she has, like, a winning scenario or whatever. But yeah, I guess realistically she is just higher. Katie is there. Spilo. Maybe... oh, maybe I do go above Twyla. I don't know. Like, Twyla was in a better position for more of that season. Was running, like, more in a dominant position throughout that game. But also had no win equity. Where at least Scout can beat her. And also, like, Scout plays a pretty interesting game, I'll at least say. Yeah, I think somewhere in this range is what I'm feeling for Scout. Like, I think my issue with Scout is still, like, lack of win equity outside of the Twyla situation. Like, I guess, like, you can argue, like, okay, if she's against, like like Julie, it's like, okay, she can get the men's votes, and then Twyla and maybe win that. But it's like, yeah, I mean, I guess that probably is the case, actually. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe she is here. Cool. I would say she's below Kenny in this list. Versus Ashley. I think I would lean Ashley also. I think Jen is interesting. I think when we get to Jen, like Jen gets flipped on earlier, where like Ashley and Ken are still with the majority. Well, actually, that's not really the case with Ken. Actually, Ken does kind of get flipped on. Yeah, by the time Crystal goes home. Oh, maybe I go Scout here. That stays consistent with where Scout was on the last ranking we did. She was like right above Kenny, or like not that far above Kenny. Like, too fair, like Cass is right there, right? So it's like that is something. I don't know, yeah, I'll go with this. Like, it actually ends up being kind of consistent with the previous list anyway, by putting her there. Yeah, I need to figure out what I'm doing with Foley at this point. Foley, I do want to put him closer to like a Heather, I feel like. Yeah, I mean, I guess like the difference would be the fact that like Dan obviously plays more optimally. But the thing is, I don't know if that was actually intentional from Dan. Or like, I don't even know if it was a spot where like Dan actually realized that I can only beat Will and Rodney. I think it was a spot where he was just legitimately closer to Will and Rodney. So I don't know. I think he is better than Heather. Like, I feel like I would lean below like Steve and them though. Let's see. So Baylor. I don't think he's the same as that. I mean, like, let me see something fully. Let's look on this version. Okay, So it's like dropping him like 80 spots or so. Wait, fuck me. Where's it? Here. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't want to. It is really what it is. Let's see. Man, I think the problem also is that Dan in this iteration's too low, probably. I don't know though. Like, I mean, like, is he really that different than that Judd, Shane, Krista? Like, I guess the difference is that he actually had a path to 3 and gets taken out by an idol. Outside that, though, he feels fairly similar to them. If not, actually, I would maybe even say, like, Judd and, like, Shane have more definitive wins in the situations they were playing for. But I guess, to be fair, that was, like, on a Final 2 season. But even then, like, I don't think Dan has, like, a definitive, like, he wins in a Final 2 with this person. Like, where's Judd and Shane on this version? He's there, Butch. Is that crazy? Like, let me think. Like, Butch versus Dan. I think Butch at least has a more clear-cut winning scenario. Like, was also playing optimally. Also is, like, not the greatest player on paper. I guess, like, Dan was more in the majority throughout the game than Butch was. It's just my gut tells me not to put Dan Foley here. I just feel like it feels like Will Sims. I can take it. Even Dan Spilo, I can take it. I feel like Dan Foley. It doesn't feel right to put him this high. Yeah. So I might go Mick at this point. I'm not sure. What's the next, like, grouping? I mean, like, these are more of the, like, somewhat screwed players. Where's Chelsea on this? She's with Kellen, Chelsea, Caleb. Which I don't think that's that crazy. And then followed by Greg. Okay. I think the issue... Okay, so I think this is fine. These being the next 4. I think the problem comes from the fact of what makes like these players where they are, right? Because, like, it's like there's that big of a gap between, like, Trish and Taj. Like, that doesn't feel right. Like, if anything, Taj might even be better than Trish. But yeah, I think these players being right after this tier makes sense, though. where yeah, it's more so an issue of consistency with the goats. But I don't know. I'm leaning towards just leaving off of this for now. I'm too tired, genuinely. Where I feel fine enough with this for today. So yeah, I think we'll reach 200. We'll deal with the consistency issues of this tomorrow. Yeah, it's already almost 4 o'clock. So, yeah, I'll end with this. I'll be back tomorrow. Again, I might stream at a more normal time to try to chug away at this. We'll see. Either way, I'll definitely be live at some point tomorrow. And I think I will try to construct the list that I was mentioning before, just to kind of have a better visualization of things. I'll at least try it. I just want to see what it looks like. Like it shouldn't take that long to put together because it's more so just like, yeah, it's just comparing the two lists. So yeah, I'll put that list together and just like see if it helps. If it doesn't, then oh well. But yeah, I guess that's pretty much it. Again, tomorrow I'll watch the Big Brother episode from today. We'll obviously have the veto ceremony, and yeah, I might work more on my year in gaming video. That's pretty much all that'll happen tomorrow. But anyway, that's it. I'll be back tomorrow. See you guys tomorrow.